maybe it didn't go through. Oh, it did. Okay, well, we're live, but it's not recording. Oh, now it is recording. Okay. Oh, you know what? I didn't rev up the hard drive. That's why. Okay. Normally, before I start recording, I play a video. Usually, it's just a Witcher 3 video because it's just there, and it gets the hard drive spinning, and then it records faster. But I didn't do that time because I was lazy. Okay. Let's get the windows sorted, and also I need to Discord. Oh, we're gonna lose our space. Sorry. Let's tweet this one out. We haven't tweeted one out before. Oh, sorry, we haven't tweeted one out in a while. Actually, you know what? Do I want to? Like, well, I don't even know. Like she might start crying any moment, right?
She might, or she might be okay.
I was talking about you.
Well, you know, that's a given.
Let's not tweet it. We're fine. And we're gonna tweet something soon with when we start Death Stranding, I think. Okay, there we go. All right, so hello everybody. How are you? Hope you had a good Halloween. There she is. I know my girl.
She knows, huh? Every week.
I know my girl. How is the sound? So let's get into it. There's an intro that's a bit loud. I skipped it, and there's voice acting for a second. So let's get through that, and then we'll see if it's too loud, too quiet. Let's see. He's streaming.
Okay, we're gonna load up one of my favorite games here. Here we have The End Is Nigh. It's a classic, old-school platforming game, and you know, it's one of my favorites. One of my favorite games. You got your classic controls. You got your jumping. You got your going left and right, and like always in these games, avoid the spikes.
So here, hold it, and you'll hear it.
What? Oh shit! Oh no! 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 Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh god, no! This can't be broke. Here, let me get the cartridge out. Okay. Oh no! It's still not working. Oh fuck! Fuck! What am I gonna do? Fuck!
This is me at the beginning of every stream.
I'm just gonna say, it kind of reminds me of those caves, huh?
Is that Rich Evans? It sounds like him. I don't know if it is him though. It sounds like this I Love Star Wars guy.
I'm probably dead. That wouldn't be surprising. Everybody else is. There was some kind of apocalypse.
I thought it was done.
All that was left was me. Well, most of me. All in all, you know, hasn't been so bad. Till yesterday. My favorite game cartridge finally broke. So I think I'm gonna go out and make a friend. I'll have to go out there. Outside.
So it's the apocalypse, and he's been playing games, but now it's broken, so now you have to go find a new game. This is the story.
You know what? Imagine all the fun we'll have, me and my friend, you know? Collecting tumors, spitting teeth for distance. Yeah, you know, if I do it right, repopulate the world. It won't be easy, but I have nothing left to lose, except my other eye. Oh well, fuck it!
The end is nigh. Alright. Okay, good. Alright, so I skipped it last time. I just jumped around a little bit to make sure that the game worked. Okay, so this is by the same people that made Hollow Knight and Cuphead. So we're in for a treat, as you can see. I think it'll be a good time. No, Binding of Isaac and Super Meat Boy. And Mugenics, if it ever comes out. I have not played this game before, except for the 3 minutes I played earlier today, just to make sure it worked. And I'm specifically taking this time out to point out that I have it on the Epic Store and not Steam, just to piss some of you off. I just want you to know that. I got it free on the Epic Store thing with one of their giveaways, so you know, we're on Epic right now, not Steam. So yeah, well, we're gonna play this, and if it's too demanding, then we'll switch over to a different game. Noida didn't do all that well last week. I think it was too complicated, and it's too much for a Q&A. So I will not do that again for a Q&A, but we'll see. This should be fine. I think I can probably just go into I can just ease into this. How is the sound now? Is it okay? Is it too loud, too quiet? I don't think there's gonna be much voice acting later on in the game, but maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Sounds good. Sounds good. Okay. All right. Cool. So we'll just jump around, and then we'll get into the questions. We're gonna wait like a couple minutes just in case Kate decides that she wants to have some food, and then we will. Yep, there she goes, and then we'll start answering the questions. So you can talk to these skeleton ghost people. And I don't know if you guys want me to. When I was in dead, I used to hang on corners and stuff, just like hanging out. Get it? Please don't die. But I don't think we're gonna bother with that because it might get distracting from the questions and the answers. Also, in case any of you are here, I think there's kind of like there's two groups of people that watch the streams. There's the people that only watch the Q&As, and there's people that only watch the other streams, but sometimes there's some crossover. I don't know if we're going to continue playing the Outer Worlds for longer than a couple streams next week. I think we might stream Tuesday, Wednesday, and then skip Thursday, and then we'll stream on Friday so we can stream Death Stranding when it comes out, or maybe we'll just stream Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then we'll do Death Stranding, and then we'll play Death Stranding until Jedi comes out, and then we'll play Jedi Star Wars. I don't know if we're going to be continuing Outer Worlds. It's a good game, but I just don't think it's a really good stream game, especially the way that we're playing it. I also really want to restart and be a shooty guy. So I think we'll just do 2 more streams of it, or maybe we'll do something else next week, and then we'll do Death Stranding. All right, so you can jump way higher, way further when you're launching yourself off a ledge or something. All right. Can we jump on there? Oh shit, we died. Can we jump on these little things? Alright then. Oh, there's spikes hidden in these. Okay, spikes hidden in all of them? Interesting, interesting. Do you want to say hello? I don't think they know that you're here. Lily's being quiet for some reason.
I don't have anything to say yet. We haven't really started. I'm here though. Patiently waiting.
What's your favorite kind of juice?
Okay. Does lemonade count as a juice because it's lemons and lemons are fruit, or is it strictly like apple, orange, cranberry?
I don't know. Is lemonade a juice?
To me, lemonade is kind of its own thing because it usually has sweetener and stuff in it, right? It's more like juice sweet soda.
But they put sweeteners in apple juice for sure, don't they? I think lemonade counts as a juice.
Okay, if lemonade counts, then lemonade. If not, then apple.
That was weird.
Halloween was good. Finn went trick-or-treating for the first time. Leo helped me give out candy. And he was very good. Very well behaved. They had fun.
It was good. Yeah, it was good Halloween. I had a cringy moment while I was out with Finn though. I was really worried that this was gonna happen, and it did happen. I was really worried. You know, it's the first time taking Finn out, and I'm like, you say trick or treat, and I'm like, what if someone says trick, right? What do I do with my 4-year-old? You know, when they said trick, and it's like, okay, well, I don't have any tricks. So someone said trick, so I'm like, I'll just tell a dad joke if they say trick. I didn't tell you this. I'll just do a dad joke if they say trick. So but I was really nervous because I didn't know I was in this bad spot. So I just started saying the Shih Tzu joke, but I didn't tell it right. So I just said, I went to the zoo the other day. It was terrible. It was a Shih Tzu. I left out the dog part. So it's just like I said. I just told like this really dumb fucking zoo
Too much
story.
pressure. Too much pressure.
Spaghetti. Actually, I'm lying. That didn't happen. I just made that up. Was I a good actor? Have I gotten better?
Sure.
I 100% legitimately just made that up.
Weird as much. You would have told me that. That would have been bursting out
Exactly.
of you as soon as you
It would
opened the door.
have. It would have. Okay, so do we come from the other side? Alright, I think we can probably move on to the questions. Let me say thank you to some people first. Because I think that, I don't think she's gonna want to have some food. She's been quiet for a bit. I think I need to sneeze.
To both of you, what's the best classic flavor of ice cream? I think vanilla easily wins for me. I think I used to say chocolate, but I was wrong. Well, I usually get vanilla. Or French vanilla. But we used to get this, this still.
French vanilla is too French.
It's sweeter, I think.
Yeah.
But we get that, it's not like a classic flavor, but we get that gelato, that caramel gelato thing.
Yeah.
That's the best ice cream I've ever had. And it's always sold out, you can never usually find it.
I think I prefer. It depends. I don't really like just plain by itself ice cream. So I think I prefer to have like some sort of syrup on it. And if it's gonna be syrupy, then I think I would prefer to have vanilla with some syrup on it. But if we're just talking about like if that's not allowed for whatever reason, if it's just it has to be ice cream by itself, then yeah, vanilla. Sorry, then chocolate. I think just a chocolatey thing. Yeah. Have I played Outer Wilds yet? No, I haven't. We're going to be playing that when streams come back for good. After what you all know is done. Will it ever be done, Lily? Lily.
There's a light.
Lily, will it ever
It's
be done?
not the train either. There's a light.
It's not the train. Will it ever be done?
It'll be done.
You sure?
Yes. Promise, it'll be done.
The end is nigh. Okay.
Whether you'll be drooling all over yourself and I'll have to clean it up at the end of it, we don't
Oh,
know yet.
you clean up my drool?
I would clean up your drool.
Oh, that's nice of you. That's real nice.
If there's anything left, you know, but it'll be done.
I can't believe you clean up my drool. That's so
I
nice of
would. I'd
you.
even get you like an adult bib.
Aw.
Like a big version of one of Kate's, you know? Or maybe I could like sew a couple of Kate's together and make you a big bib. She'll be teething, you'll be drooling.
Have you thought about this?
I am now.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know if I can get back up here. Or maybe I need to, like start the other one from falling and then jump back over. Nope. Netflix Witcher series. Someone asked about that in the Q&A. Actually, we're going to be answering that. I think it might even be the next question, or it's the one after that. No, I give up. Okay, there must be a way to do it, but I give up. Okay, so let me say thank you to. Let me refresh my page thing. What's your favorite restaurant that closed down? Oh,
Do you remember what it's called?
I can remember what it's called. Do you remember what it's called?
I remember what it's
called. Okay, do you want to prove it? We'll say 1, 2, 3, and then we'll say it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. On
on
3 or
three or
after
after
3?
three?
After. So 1, 2, 3. Answer. Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3. Summerfields. There we go. Yeah. It was in Scarborough Town Center. And that was like our go-to hangout place. And remember, we went
The
there.
very beginning of our relationship. They had little twinkle lights on some of the trees, on the fake plants and stuff. And I thought I had a great atmosphere. And really good nachos.
Remember we went there with one of your friends, and they said, I heard this place is closing down. And we were like, what? No. And then like the owner was there, and we said to the owner, hey, are you guys closing down? And he was like, no, what are you talking about? And he was a dirty, dirty liar.
I think it was the next time we went or the time after it was closed. We didn't even say goodbye. Couldn't even cry in my nachos. Morning, Woogie.
Hey Wuggy, how's it going? My thing is bugged out and I can't see subs. So yeah, some technical difficulties. I ordered a Switch for the internet though, so that problem should be solved. It's also one of the reasons why some of the chat is delayed. The streams are delayed going up on YouTube, was because I don't have chat for them, and it's really hard for me to record them right now. Because I don't want to use the main computer to record them, because that would just be horrible. There's no way I can get that.
Are you friends with RT Game?
I wouldn't say friends. I've spoken to him a few times, but I wouldn't say friends. I wouldn't mind being friends, sure. I don't really have the time to talk to anyone right now. Even the other YouTubers that I would consider my friends, like Mandy and Shammy being the big ones. If Jake is here, fuck you. I would feel like I barely have time to talk to them lately. And I already have an established conversation with them, so yeah.
Is Jake Nova?
Yeah, Jake is
Because Nova only cares about me, right?
Yeah, that's true. It's getting kind of weird, actually.
Did you pay attention to this BlitzCon at all?
I watched the trailers for Diablo 4. I saw a clip of Overwatch, and I watched the cinematic trailer for Shadowlands World of Warcraft, which was really weird. I'm not really up to date with World of Warcraft lore, so it was really weird seeing Sylvanas just kick Lich King's ass. I don't understand how that happened, but okay. And then there's this weird kind of moment where she breaks the sky, and it's is all of Azeroth just in a simulation or something? I don't really understand, but yeah. But the Diablo 4 cinematic trailer was really something. I thought it was decent, and I saw the gameplay trailer and I almost fell asleep, so there was that. So I don't know what to talk. I don't know how to talk about that very much.
Oh wow. There's a place called Murder by Chocolate near where I used to live. It was a mystery-themed coffee shop. They did little theater things every night. I missed it. Anyway, the gist was...
Hold on, I can scroll up.
And it was so relaxing to hang out with friends and play board games, talk in their comfy couches while drinking mystery-themed coffee dessert.
Oh, damn.
It was so cool. Closed down.
This sounds like a real-life cringe cafe, huh? Only
Sounds really cool.
Only it's a cringe cafe hold cringe?
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like fun.
The mochas are mortifying.
The mochas
They're
aren't
murderous.
mortifying. They're
Murderous.
murderous mochas.
Murderous
Oh,
mochas.
and it closed down?
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
Too cool.
I'm sorry.
People can handle it.
I'm sorry. This is why we can't have nice things, right?
No. Mystery coffee. Did you know what was the ingredients?
Hey, it's working now. Okay, so thank you to...
Firebug compiled for you. Thanks, Firebug.
Oh, thank you, Firebug. It fixed itself, though, but who knows? Maybe it'll break again sometime soon. Oh, man. Thank you to Lowbeat and Chesker and Shooter HJ for subbing while the stream was down. Thank you to Ilseroth for resubscribing right now for 17 months. Thank you very much, Ilseroth. 17 months in... What would embarrass Ilseroth the most? Oh, the Monster Hunter Sucks Club. Ooh, that's right. That's right to the heart. That's right to the heart.
And they retract.
Right to the heart. Thank you, Artex Flow, for the 24-month resub. Welcome to the 2-year club, Artex Flow. Hi, Joe. Have you had the pleasure to play Outer Wilds yet? Sorry if you've been asked this a lot. I haven't been there very much lately. Cheers from France. Oh, nice. How is it in France at the moment? I have not played the Outer Wilds. We're going to play that when streams come back. I think it'll probably be maybe number 2 or number 3 on the list. I'm not sure what number 1's going to be. Probably Deltarune, I think. when streams come back fully, like 5-hour streams, 5 hours a week, or like even as long as the streams need to be. I think we're gonna come back with Deltarune, and then we'll see. Pretty cold, but otherwise all right. Yeah, it can get surprisingly cold in France. All the times I've been there in France, it's been cold. I've been to France twice, and I liked it. It was okay. Some parts of it were gorgeous. I'd love to go again as an adult. 5 hours a week. Sorry, 5 hours a stream. Five streams a week is what it's gonna be when they come back fully. What part of France? I went to Normandy and I went to Paris. One was on a school trip. The other was on a family trip, which was, oh boy. Let's not talk about that. Thank you very much, Arctic Slow. Hope you like the 2-year chat icon. Thank you, Mudraco, for the 2213 sub. What's your P score on YouTube? Also looking forward for Death Stranding to be trashed like that, like the shammy quality BS. My P score on YouTube? What's P score? I don't know what P score is. P score these nuts? I don't know. What's P score, chat? France is cold and politically bad, but it's all good, man. I make Outer Wilds your #1. It's my game of the year. I'm close to calling Masterpiece. Don't spoil yourself, though. I haven't been spoiled much on it yet. There's been some very minor spoilers that I've seen, but I don't even think I know what the game really fully looks like in terms of visuals and everything. So, yeah, I don't think we have any danger of that. What's this keyhole here? Huh. Huh. Sorry, I'm waiting to see what P score is. PP score? PP score? Some monetization friendliness scores that some people found while inspecting YouTube numbers. Oh, did they? I don't know what that is. I've never seen anything like that. Huh. Do you know where a link where I can look into that and see, and I can find out what my P score is? Hopefully it's decent. What? I don't know how I died there. I feel like for the kind of channel that I am, I feel like I make a surprising amount of money through ads, especially considering that I haven't uploaded something in quite a while. So I'm going to say that my P score is probably pretty high. But yeah, I don't know. I'm always surprised by like how much that is. Huh. I thought this was gonna open. Okay, never mind. Maybe this game's gonna be too distracting for the Q&A, but right now we're trying to get set up with answering people from subs and everything. So. Thank you, Mudraco. Thank you, Red V, for the 13-month resub with the message Yote. So thank you, 13 months in the Yeet Fleet for your Yote comment. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rocket Shuttle, for the 2-month resub, and also for showing up at the end of the best ending of Catherine. Thank you very much, Rocket Shuttle. 2 months in the Just Dragon's Den? Or do you have one in mind?
I'm thinking, but I don't have anything yet. It'll probably take me a few of these rounds before I even.
I'm trying to think of what an anime thing is that begins with S. Oh, I have one, but no one's gonna appreciate it. Rocket Shell's probably not. Welcome to the Space Shotas. Space Shota is like. Do you know what a lolly is?
Yes.
A Shota is like a boy lolly.
Oh.
Yeah. Welcome to the Space Shotas. Thank you, Zippy Nip, for the 10-month resub with the message Hi, Zippy Nip. Hope you're well. Thank you very much. 10 months in the Dragon's Den. Thank you, Artex Flow, for gifting us up to Balls of Wisdom. I have Balls of Wisdom, says Duke Nukem. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Dragon's Den. Welcome to Paw Patrol, Balls of Wisdom. It's Shota. No, it's not. It's Shota. It's Shota. No. Like Chowda. Also, thank you to Arctic Slow. Oh, this was like a sub bomb. It just didn't show up on my list properly. For gifting a sub to Crazy Fist, MTDTS, Litpord, not Pitlord, and Nightmask 311. So thank you very much for that, Arctic Slow, and welcome Crazy Fist, MTDTS, Nightmask 311, and Litpord. I feel like I have said almost all of these names once before, but maybe I said Pitlord and not Litpord. But I'm Crazy Fist. I'm almost certain. MTDTS, I'm just as certain. So maybe my list is bugged. So some of these might be resubs. So thank you for the resub gifts. Thank you.
Thanks, Shy. I'll take a look after. Are you the same Shy that I talk to on there sometimes? That sends me messages on Discord? Or is it a different Shy that just happened to be?
Is that about the murder cafe?
Yeah.
The murder
They sent me some
cafe.
pictures so I can see.
You know what I've always wanted to do, and maybe we can do it one day, but I feel like it would kind of be awkward. One of those event meal things where you go and someone gets killed while you're there, and it becomes like you have to try and solve the mystery. Kind of like an escape room dinner where like it's all acting, of course.
Totally.
Until it's not. But like someone dies while you're there, and then you have to try and solve it. But I feel like it could be awkward. I feel like someone might like there'll be some prima donna that takes over, and I'm gonna be mad because I want it to be me, and then I'll be upset. Like I'll be like, whoa, everyone stand back! I finished all 3 Danganronpa games. I know what to do here.
Well, now that you've said that, the people who are listening in on this are gonna know, and they're gonna kill you off.
Oh, okay. Imagine like they do kill a random person off, and then
You're gonna spoil all of their planning. So like, you're the one who figures things out halfway through a movie too. So I don't think you're a good candidate for this.
Everyone's trying to fit through the mystery, and I'm just sitting there finishing my meal, and then I finally finish, and I get up, dust myself off, napkin on the lip, and go, well, it's elementary.
But I'm the one who writes them, so shouldn't I be the one?
Exactly.
Shouldn't I be the one to dust myself off, stand up and say, this is what happened, and it's shit. I would have done this better.
Someone chat asks if I smoke. I have never smoked anything in my life apart from a botched attempt to smoke pot one time that I didn't do it right because I hate smoking, and I didn't know how to do it. So yeah,
inhaling wise.
Yeah, I didn't know how to do it. So yeah, that's the only thing I ever attempted to do, and it didn't work. So I can actually honestly say I've never done pot.
Oh my god, don't do it. I did one of those murder mystery evenings. And it's so awkward because it's like a mixture of professional actors who are improvising, leading you through the scenes, and Joe, public people off the street who have zero improv puzzle solving skills. So it's like playing D&D with your parents.
Exactly. Like, yeah. It would be pretty bad. But I would enjoy. I think I would enjoy it if it was done well. Will we ever get through this list, Lily? I don't know. Thank you, Megawatt, for the 2-month resub with the pickle. Thank you, Megawatt, for the 2-month sub. Need to work on my Nagito voice for replaying the Danganronpa games. Thank you. What? Thank you, Rolf Life. I think so. Yeah, Rolf Life for the 2-month sub. Thank you very much. 2 months in Pal Patrol. Thank you. Thank you, Rootless, for the 3-month resub. No, I'm a liar. 4-month resub. 4 months on the Yote boat in the Yeet Fleet. Thanks for the great streams. You're very welcome, Rootless. I'm glad you enjoy them. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Dashaway22, for the 7-month resub. 7 months in the Pout Patrol. Anders Pout, still going through the Danganronpa 2 VODs, but I come to the streams when I can. Hope you're enjoying the VODs, and you get to see the Pout emote while that's still going on. I like the Pout emote. It's one of my favorites. And Sip, of course. Of course. Oh, so this time the little dude falls with it. Interesting. Alright. Last time he didn't fall with it. There we go. That's how you do it. This is how you do it. Who sings that song? You know all about shitty music. Who sings? Notice how she's not denying it.
Thinking of it. I know it, and I can't think of it now that I'm on the spot. What he means is I know about 90s music.
It's the same thing.
Shitty music.
Thank you again, Dashray22. Thank you, Boogs and Stuff, for the new sub. Welcome to Dragon's Den, Boogs and Stuff. Welcome to Pow Patrol. Welcome to the Pickle Pile. Ralph calls you some bits to say, how can a coffee end a marriage when it's grounds for divorce? Also, Joe, can I get your opinion on bees? Oh, no, I'm not a fan of bees.
Thank you, Pink Asparagus.
Not a fan of bees.
It's Montel Jordan.
It's Montel Jordan?
It's Montel Jordan, that's
okay.
right.
Am I supposed to know who that is?
No.
Okay. This is how we do it. I know that one, though. I don't really like bees, but I think bees get a bad rap because they get unfairly compared to wasps. And Yeah, so I don't think it's fair. But yeah, not a big fan of wasps. I got stung by a wasp when I was a kid, and I didn't enjoy it. I would not recommend. There's also a story that happened with when I was a baby, and I got stung by a bee, and my mom took me to the emergency room. Walked in, you know, like actually I got to live out that horrible like paranoid mother moment. You know, why are you here? He got stung by a bee. But I got stung like behind my ear. So, and she was recently just reading some like article about someone a kid who got stung by a bee and died of an allergic reaction because they didn't take him to the hospital. So that's why I was taken to the hospital. Yeah. Lucky. You've never been stung, have you?
Nope.
Nope.
And every year that passes in my life that I am not stung, I get more and more afraid. If I had just been stung as a kid, I probably wouldn't be afraid. You know, like I would know that it's not the be all end all. Haha, be all end all. Didn't plan it. But yeah, I'm afraid of them. And it sucks now because when I'm out with the kids, I have to pretend that I'm not afraid because I don't want them to think I'm afraid, but I'm afraid. Yeah, see, he doesn't laugh at my jokes. There's no appreciation.
No appreciation at all. No appreciation.
I have gone 30 years without being stung by a bee, so maybe I have attained some psychic powers. Clock stairs.
How psychic are we talking? Are you a witch?
I'm thinking what you're thinking right now. Can't say in polite company.
I think you would be giggling dirtily if you were thinking what I was thinking right now. Okay, I don't think we can get that. Don't think we can get that. I can see the end of the list. Peak Asparagus has resubscribed for 4 months. Are there any very basic skills that you had difficulties learning, apparently reading, or still have trouble with? It took super long to finally understand clocks and to ride a bike, and I wonder what impacts someone to not understand pretty simple concepts and processes. So I can't remember anything taking me quite a long time, or in things that I feel like I did well, like I learned well. Like there are things that I couldn't learn, I just didn't learn them. So I have very poor language skills, especially for someone who writes. But I also feel like I have some form of something like dyslexia, not officially diagnosed. The only thing that I have that's officially diagnosed.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question, so I'm reading it while you're answering it.
The only thing I have that's been officially diagnosed is narcolepsy. But I have something like dyslexia for when it comes to writing and reading. I will mash different lines together. Sometimes I'll skip over lines. Sometimes when I'm writing, I will skip a word, even though it's in my head. Like I just won't write the word. It happens. I know sometimes that can happen to anybody, but it happens to me quite often. So there's lots of difficulties I have that with language, but that might also be linked to the lack of sleep. I noticed that the less sleep I get, the more problems I have. And even when it comes to speaking, you can go back and watch some of the old streams, and I stutter quite a bit, even in some of the streams that I was really into, you know, some of the higher energy streams, like some of the Danganronpa streams. You can hear me like before I can start a sentence because I'm just so tired. Whereas right now I'm doing okay. I'm pretty tired right now, but last night I got a decent amount of sleep for the first time in like 2 weeks or something. But I'm still kind of bad. But yeah, so I don't know what kind of problems I have or what's it all. It's just linked to the sleeping issue. But visual stuff, I'm really, really bad at drawing. I could never get that. I tried so hard when I was a kid to get into that, and then I just gave up after I got old enough to realize that it just wasn't clicking with me. So anything to do with like drawing, even like drawing a straight line's fine, drawing a curved line's fine, little doodles, you know, that's fine, tracing fine. But when it comes to like trying to draw something that I can visualize in my head, or even painting something, or when we had art class, couldn't do it. Anything to do with music, also couldn't do it. I just have a block there that it would take a lot of effort for me to do that. But yeah, so that's where I come in. That's where I struggle. I think that I do okay with like physical activities. I'm okay with that, you know. I was really worried when I got older that I would be one of these people that doesn't know how to like do basic stuff around the house, like can't change a light bulb, can't hang a picture, can't do basic repairs to things. But no, turns out I'm pretty good at that, and I can follow instructions really well. Cooking's fine, I can follow a recipe, but when it comes to trying to do my own thing for cooking, like experiment, I don't think I could do it. So yeah, that's where I struggled. Also, I took me quite a while to learn how to ride a bike, and it took me a bit to learn how to rollerblade as well. So I don't know if that's a balance thing or if it's just it took me a bit longer. So I think that would be the best answer for your question. I did eventually learn how to do both of those things, and then I forgot. So I'm living proof that you can forget how to ride a bike. So I'm secretly proud of that. But I think I could pick it up again. I think learning how to ride a bike is a lot about confidence. You just have to have that moment of confidence where you're like, I can start pedaling, and you gain more balance the more you're going, right? It's the momentum that keeps you on track, and you need to like break over that barrier. And I think I could be fine. You need a Chad factor to ride a bike, exactly. Thank you, Jason Kim, for the 22-month resub. 22 months in the waifu warehouse. Thank you very much, Jason Kim. Ralph Clogs, bees nuts. All right. Thank you, Instaboner, for the 5-month resub. Thank you very much. 5 months in the waifu warehouse again with Instaboner. Thank you very much, Instaboner. Also the pickle pile. And last but not least, thank you, Snuggles, for the 25-month resub, a tier 3 sub. I've missed you, Joe. Any ETA on the Witcher vid? Okay, so it depends on how long I can keep on trucking with my crunch time right now. I like to say this just so people know how much work is going into it. I don't like to say this because it sounds like I'm trying to say, hey, look how much I'm working, poor me. Right now I'm working about 100 hours a week. Those are not 100 hours a week that every single minute of every single hour is just like that's not how I work. But yeah, it's about 100 hours a week, including the stream time. So streaming takes about 10 hours away from that. If I can keep that up for until it's done, I'm guessing December, January. If I can't, if I have to take a break, if I crash, if I need to bump it down for a couple weeks, if I need to lower the time around Christmas, that sort of thing, it might be a little later than that. But that's how it all depends on how long I can keep on the crunch time. So that's it. Yeah, I would very much like it to be in December. There are many reasons why it would be good to have it out in December. Not all of them are just for sanity. There are also really good financial reasons for it to be out in December. The video will make way more money if it is done in December, because that's when the good ad revenue is there. But so like I have, not only do I have a the sanity the incentive, it's also the financial incentive. So if it can be done in December, it will be done in December, but I can't promise. But that's the only ETA I can give right now. I really wanted it to be out before the Netflix show, but I'm gonna have to crunch the whole time for that to happen. That's out in early December, right?
December 20th or something.
December 20th? Oh, okay.
Drop it December 20th for the TV series.
It still might be, yeah. That's possible. Like I can tell you right, like November, like it's not gonna happen. Like like it's not gonna happen. But December, it's possible. Oh shit, there's some things up there. This is a weird game where you kind of wanna like die to reset it. It's weird. I know this music. This is used in the beginning of the Jonathan Creek show. Interesting. Warp point unlocked. Okay, so I think we can go to the Patreon questions now. Finally, sorry about that. I think I have to switch over to a different game as well. But let's see if when I'm not doing the reading, maybe it'll be better. So. Yeah, so just to recap right before we start, so this is the Patreon Q&A. We are doing questions from Twitch subs as well. Right now the questions are closed. No one can ask any more questions, and we're gonna keep streaming every Friday until we run out of questions. I'm gonna guess there's at least 4 more streams before we're done with this set, and then we're gonna open up the questions again. There is a list on Discord that you can see all the questions that have been asked by Twitch subs. The ones on Patreon I think are behind, they're locked. I wouldn't mind having them public, but there's no way to have it public while also limiting the people that can post into it. Maybe I can paste them into the Discord thing and then open up to everybody, but we'll see. So yeah, if you asked your question last week, the chances of it being answered tonight are really, really low, like practically 0. It takes us quite a while to answer them, and I try to give in-depth answers. I'm going to try a little faster, a little briefer tonight, but you know me, that's hard for me to do. You know, I like to waffle, and I think people like that I waffle when it comes to their answers. So we'll see how it goes, and yeah, I'm going to guess that we're going to answer anywhere from 6 to 8 people's questions tonight, assuming that we don't get a interruption or baby Kate needs some food or whatever. But yeah, yeah. And as always, this could end at any moment. You know, if the kids need us, if something bad happens, or what, you know, like that's always the deal. And I just want to repeat again, I've never played this game before. This is my first time playing this game, and I will try and not have it be too distracting while we're answering these questions. But if it is, then we won't do it next week. Noida was a little we played Noida last week for the Q&A, and I don't think that was a good choice. So we're gonna do something else instead. But that's it. So take it away, Lily. The music is louder than me now? Okay, hold on. Let me turn it down. I would very much prefer the game to be too quiet, because, you know, that's the focus, is me for this one. Me and Lily. Okay, go for it. Sorry.
First person is Selfrat.
Hey, Selfrat.
Hi there, Joe and Lily, question mark. Yes, I'm here. I appreciate that you still find time to do these. You two are great. My questions are as follows. What are your thoughts on sharing games with people not familiar with the medium? For the most part, my friends and family don't play games, and whenever I feel like sharing the art form that has given me so many great experiences, I feel like there is almost a culture shock of sorts and they don't get too much out of it. Do you think games could do more to bridge the gap for casual players? Do you think video games are inherently niche? Given that they've been around for long enough and you still get lots of young people with little to no video game knowledge.
So there was a really good video by Rasputin that made the rounds recently, and it's got like I think 4 million, maybe it's even 5 million views now. It went like big time viral, so congrats to him. I think he went from somewhere below 50,000 subs up to 200,000 in the space of like 2-3 weeks. So absolutely congrats to him. I can't remember the last time I saw a video game channel have that big of a rise from one big hit video. I don't even think Nakey Jakey's rise was that big, so, or that sudden. So shout out to him and that video. It's deserved too. That video was really good. So he talks about this in that video about how oh wow, that's a lot of subs. Holy shit. We'll say thank you just everyone on this question. But thank you right now, Snuggles. He talks about how there's like basic literacy is really hard to get, and it only comes from experience. And even if games do try to overly hold your hand, it doesn't usually work all that well. So my experience with this is still applicable actually, because there have been games where it just like it's a genre that I'm not used to, or it could be like a twist on a genre. Like the best example I actually was trying to think of another one because I've said this recently on stream, but I guess this is just the best example, so I should go with it. Is Bloodborne. So Bloodborne is a genre that I am very, very familiar with, and by the time I played Bloodborne, I had already made videos on Dark Souls 1 and 2. So not only am I really familiar with it, I had like written structured content on it and my feelings on the game, and I still felt overwhelmed by Bloodborne's tutorial because it just throws all of these messages to you in the Hunter's Dream, where and doesn't give you any way of experimenting with them, and doesn't give you an opportunity to try something out. So that's me, who not only has been playing games, pretty much every single day since he was 5 years old. and I turn like 34 this month, so that's a lot of fucking time playing video games. Still can struggle with that kind of thing, and even stuff like some JRPG games that have these really weird ass systems that are foreign if you're not familiar with it. You know, I think there's some things in Xenoblade Chronicles too. You know, like there's sometimes where you're like, huh, what? How does this work? What do I do? And you just need to figure it out. But you just need to try out to see how it works. But then there are these moments where you're not sure if this is going to cost resources, so it can be kind of difficult to work it out. I think a good analogy for this is when you first get into computers, and I think almost anyone who isn't a child right now, you know, or wasn't a child growing up with computers, you know, because most of the time they have like tablets and stuff that they go through, will have this moment when they first start using a computer where they think that they can break it. You know, they think that, oh man, if I hit a button I might break the computer, and it's this really expensive piece of technology, and oh no, what if I hit the wrong thing, it's broken forever, and you know, my dad or whoever owns the computer is going to be really, really mad at me, you know, that sort of thing. So I think that people can get like that when they're new to video games, with that they think that they can somehow break their run, or they can break their enjoyment, or they might be doing something so wrong that the game might just like stop you from continuing, that sort of thing. And that's usually not the case in almost any single game, right? So I think that can be daunting to get over. And I can't think of a single game that really does the tutorial right that is also a complex game. So I think the way things are right now is that there are games for newcomers, and then there are games for people who have played a lot of games, and that's just the way it is. Unfortunately, that's not going to fly when it comes to funding these types of games, you know? No matter how complicated the movie is, it's like you still just have to sit there and watch it. It's passive. No matter how complicated the book is, although the book might be like books might be a better comparison actually. You just need to know how to read to get through it. But there are some books that are notoriously difficult. People say that about oh my god, what's his name? Oh, David Foster Wallace's book. Shit. People are gonna say this in chat before I can Google it. Infinite Jest, thank you. People say this about Infinite Jest, but you can still get through it. Like the books can get through with being like simple on some levels, and you can still enjoy some part of the simplicity of it. You can still understand at least the basics of the language that are being used, but you can't really do that for games. Like there's no getting past that problem. I think if you just don't understand it, you just don't understand it. I don't know. I don't know if there's a solution to this problem. As games get more and more expensive, you're going to get to this point where it's like, okay, well, we want funding for this really expensive game that a lot of people are going to have to buy in order for it to be worth the funding, but also it's only going to appeal to people who have played quite a lot of games before because it's so difficult, and there's no way to really properly tutorialize it. Yeah, I don't know. Like I feel like most kids today are gonna get it, and I wish I was even older than I am, so I could think about how it works with TV. So when TV was new technology, did people think that it was hard to understand? You know, I know that TV has changed a lot of different forms of art because of the like the jump cut, you know, like the jump cut that happens in the visual medium is a really important kind of distinction that a lot of books didn't have before that. There's this idea of stream of consciousness too, where that it's been informed by the visual medium as well, and the visual medium was informed by that. This idea that you don't have to constantly set up every single scene, that you can just jump between different ones and not have to worry about making sure that readers understand what's going on, you know, like that was new. That was difficult for some readers to understand back then because they were so used to these kind of like Dickensian books where it was just like, okay, here we go, we're going through this whole fucking thing, and yeah, I'm assuming that people know what I'm talking about there. I hope so, because I'm being kind of vague, because I feel like I shouldn't need to explain it, but maybe I'm being informed too much by my little bit of university. Someone in chat saying, bro, do I even Joyce? Yeah, exactly. I wish I knew if TV was considered the same way, if movies were considered to be somewhat incomprehensible in a similar way that games are to some generations right now. But I feel like maybe enough kids now grow up with it that they're exposed to it, and it's not considered nerdy anymore, that it should be fine. But yeah, undeniably, there's always going to be this gap. I wonder if there should be a game for teaching games. I wonder if it would be worth it if a bunch of gaming devs or game dev companies, like if Sony, Microsoft, and what the hell, came together and made a game for introducing games to people who don't usually play games. And it has to be good, it can't just be like some like stupid educational game that people are gonna like feel patronized as they're going through it. But I wonder if that would be worth it. That would be interesting. I always wondered about that, or I thought that it wasn't really done well when you're reading nonfiction books on games, and also reading articles and stuff, that it's not feasible. But it seems to me that the best way to do that, to teach concepts about games, would be to make a game that can give you an example of what the concepts are like, right? We have books that are using the same medium as articles that are written about them. We can even have videos about books as well, where people are discussing it. And then you have the visual medium that has videos made on it too, which seems to be the best fit, because then you can show snippets of the movie or whatever that you're going through, right? That you're talking about. That seems like it's a really good fit. But then you have videos on games that it's like, you know what? This is kind of like writing about a movie, right? Like, it would be better if we could have some sort of game with examples from the game as well that we could use. I think that would be an interesting idea. But it would be really good for nonfiction when it comes to teaching stuff about game feel. And I think Steve Zwink tried to do that in his book, but a lot of the things that I saw in that book weren't working anymore. So I was a little disappointed about that. You go and try and see his examples of what he feels is a good game feel, like information, and you go and you're like, oh, okay, it's not here. So that was a little bit upsetting, because that was the first time I've ever seen somebody do that. And I don't know, like if I had more experience, I wonder if I could do that. I wonder if I could include like a bit of a link to like a little like game jam sized game to explain a concept or whatever. I wonder if that would be interesting.
A game though that had like multiple levels within like scenes within chapters, if you will, like like the worlds in like Mario or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And you had starting off with different types, maybe going easier to more difficult, but even within each medium, easier to more difficult. I would play that. Like, if you had something like this, starting from easy. I've never played a game like what you're playing right now.
Yes, you have.
Where you were like darting around like Celeste and you're like going the sides and stuff. I've never played anything like that.
See, okay, so sorry to interrupt, but that's an interesting observation, because to me, as an experienced gamer, this game's Mario. You know what I mean?
Not at
like,
all. Not
whereas you've played Mario, you've beaten Super Mario World. You actually did better on your first run in Super Mario World than I did on my first run in Super Mario World. But to me, this game's Mario, right? So it's interesting that you see this as a distinct thing that's closer to Celeste. And sure, there are differences, but it's interesting to me that you think that.
So if you had, like, say you started with Mario and then you worked into this and then you worked into Celeste, like you were building off of the different techniques, going into different types, and you were getting gradually more difficult in each one, so that from the beginning you're getting a taste of it. So it's like, do I even like this? Because I might not like something like this. I might like something more like Dark Souls or whatever, right? I might not like this kind of game, or other people might not like Dark Souls. So like there's very different types of gameplay and different types of, right? Like even like Fallout and stuff like that is completely different. Again, you have like shooters and you have first person, you have all these different kinds of games within mediums, right?
Yeah.
So not only would it teach people how to play them and how to get gradually better at them in a fun environment where it's still a game, but also they could get a feel of like a little taste of, do I actually like this, and do I want to buy other games in this medium? Because it gets expensive too, right? You're spending
Games
$60 here,
they're very
$80 there.
expensive, yeah.
It's not like you're buying a book or you're buying you have a Netflix subscription or something.
We used to have demos, and they don't have them anymore.
Like if you want to actually play a game now and you don't like it, you're just out the money, right? Like you just, oh well, I guess you wait till they go on sale and you try to get them on sale, but not always, right? So yeah, if there was something like that, I would play that. I would be interested to see
like a smorgasbord of in-depth tutorials.
yeah, like if a bunch of creators got together and like smushed them, you know, in terms of progression and in terms of maybe one of them has Bejeweled, you know, another one has Fallout, another one has Bloodborne, and you know, like you just have different tastes of games getting gradually easier to harder, and you can just go through the worlds kind of and have like a taste of that. And not only are you teaching people like me who don't really understand the mechanics of the game, who you can talk to me about the art and like music or the story and I can follow that, but when you're playing the game it's very different from sitting here watching you play it, and that might be what they don't understand. That might be the real culture shock, right, that they're speaking of, that they can't communicate to their friends and family because they've never really played anything like that, so they just don't get it, you know. There's only so much you can share before you get into the mechanics of the game, and you can't communicate it the same way. So if they had a taste of it, then they might be able to have even enough to be a part of it. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. Yeah. I had to go through this recently with Finn because Finn started playing games for the first time, and the first game that he properly played was Yoshi's Crafted World, and trying to teach him in that game was just like I don't know. I don't really know how to begin. Like, I don't know what words to use for you, kid, for you to get this. And it just took time. It just took time for him to just play it, you know. And Finn started playing that game when he was 3, and now he can run, he can throw eggs while he's hovering. He can do all, like he plays it like better than an adult would their first time playing, you know. So I think it's just something that you need to experience, and I wonder if they can make that experience better, that it would work out. But
he wanted to learn.
Yeah, he really wanted to.
And if
you
have someone who's older, they might try it once and, you know, not do very well and say, well, I'm not bothering next time. You know, I have other things I could be doing instead of playing a video game. Whereas if you give them something that they can kind of get their teeth into, then they might be more willing to stick with it, you know, and be more curious, and, you know, and keep, even after they die over and over and over again, they still stick with it enough to try, right? Because
But I think the flaw there is that no one likes to think that they have to go through this like big tutorial thing. So it would have to be fun. It would have to be like an entry level kind of game
I'm
where
thinking like a sample, almost like a sample of this kind of thing, but
you wouldn't be able to.
Hard,
I don't think
you know?
you would be able to advertise it as like, hey, this is the game that everyone should play as a learning experience. I think it would just be, hey, this is a great entry level game, but we're not going to tell anyone that this was specifically made to be like this big tutorial experience, you know? Because I feel like people would feel patronized. I wonder if like Wii Sports was that, but that's motion controls and that's different. That's easy. It's just like there's this path. There's this block you have to get over where like you're not even looking at the gamepad anymore when you're trying to play these games. And I don't know, the more I think about it lately, the more I realize, or the more I think that the tutorials are just a complete waste of time. And it's people are just going to go in, they're just going to experiment and fuck around, and they're going to see if they get it or not. And if they don't get it, then okay, they're just not going to get it. And you shouldn't waste your time with these kind of tutorials. And I wonder if that's right or not. So that's what it feels to me.
It's a different kind of game if you had all these different elements, you know, and someone created a world where like you could have these different kinds of gameplay and you know, progression and stuff like that. It would be like something that you could also advertise as being like a new of its kind, right? Like there's been no. You could have like a Celeste thing and a Bejeweled thing, and in this level, and you could have shooting and Dark Souls in the next. You know what I mean? I don't know if it would work. I'm just throwing them out there, but like you could have like multiple things in each one, just to teach. You know, just to. So you're not marketing it only as a beginner thing. It could be for everybody. I think she's talking to herself in that or something.
Is she okay? Or?
I hear her like babbling. She's not crying. Anyway, I don't know. I'm just saying, if that existed, I would try it. Whereas if you gave me Dark Souls, I might be like a little too intimidated, and I don't know if I want to get into this. You know, that's
Dark Souls is easy. You could beat Dark Souls.
It's different from what I'm used to, right? If you gave me
Sekiro, on the other hand.
The Last of Us, or you know, like if you gave me something different, I might be a little less inclined. If you gave me something that kind of encompassed all of them, I would be a little bit more open to it, personally.
Portal 2's tutorial is brilliant. I don't think, like, Portal used to be my go-to for, I think, a good game that people can get into, but I think it's difficult for people to get, when they're new to games, to get past mouse movement and mouse and keyboard movement like that. I think that's not so easy, especially with the perspective that makes a lot of people sick when they're not used to games. So I think a platformer is a good way to start, but yeah, I don't know. It's a complicated question, though. I don't envy games. Like, I hate tutorials that patronize me, and then you get into this whole other area, the whole other part of the game, the argument or the discussion, which is like, what about people that play a lot of games? Shouldn't they have some sort of shouldn't they get some preferential treatment? And you know, like, it's like, shouldn't you be targeting your game to people that play games? You know, why should every game try and go out of its way to target people that can't play games? But if more people can play the games and there was this more welcoming environment, then there would be more money to be passed around to other games, so we can get better games made for people who really love them, you know? So it's a great benefit, and I feel like gamers, and well, I said it now, I have to get into it. I feel like gamers used to be a lot more welcoming to new people, and we would get less snide comments about people that are first getting into games, and it's a little upsetting that I feel like gamers are way more elitist now than they used to be, you know? And some of it is not unfounded. You know, we're seeing stuff like happening now with Death Stranding. You know, there's a lot of like, hey, these fucking game journalists don't know what the fuck to talk about, you know what I mean? But it's like, I saw that article or the news thing about was it Eurogamer or Edge magazine isn't going to review Death Stranding because they didn't finish it. They're just going to talk about their experience for the 40 hours that they did play, because they just can't bring themselves to finish it. Like, they're not scoring it. I think that's completely fair. I think that you shouldn't review something without finishing it, but this isn't a review. It's just them talking about their experience with it. I think that's really, really fair. But then you get a bunch of people that are like, the fucking absolute state of gaming journalism right now, this is fucking ridiculous. You know what I mean? It's like and I can be one of those people that's like, hey, you should really finish games before you get into them, but yeah, I don't think this is it, and I think it's not, like, gaming isn't in a really good place when it comes to welcoming new people, I think, but maybe I'm wrong. So I think that's all I can say about that. I feel like I missed part of your question, sorry. No, I think we answered it pretty well. Yeah, I don't think video games are inherently niche. No, I think that they make too much money and they're way too prevalent. No, prolific in our society. No, there's a word that begins with P and I can't think of it now. I can't place it. It's way too widespread in our society. We live in a society, so I think it doesn't have that much of a problem. But you do need to just take the dive, and you have to like go through hours and hours where it kind of sucks. Proliferated. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so before I get into the next question, and also say thank you to Snuggles. Holding RT makes you go down faster. Going A holds you up faster. What does this do? Is it because I thought this was to sneak past the spikes, but I mean, what does someone who played this game before? Can you tell me what RT is supposed to do? Because I saw that. Like, here's an example of even someone who's played a lot of games. I saw that earlier, and I thought it was something, and I didn't really understand what it was. It's just fast fall. It's got nothing to, like, why am I in like sneaky mode when I'm moving around now? Is that just decorative? It doesn't do anything on the ground. Okay, thank you. It's just decorative. Okay, so thank you to Snuggles for gifting 20 subs out. Holy crap. Holy shit. So I'm going to just try and say this as quickly as I can. Welcome to Ant Dude, Fentyrus, Korosh is here, Rambo Knife, Frag Exile, Real Tilly, K9, Dong Expansion Pack, wow, Madular, Jimmy Jam James 914, Ziggy Stardust 1234, M Heaviest, Tobe Lost One, Ageless Land, Lus Land, Surgery, I think it's Surgery 13, Jebediah Sop, or Jebediah's OP, Lavender Lilies, Homie Fat Cat, Ratchet with Ray _ Chit, Ratchet, and Grimolf. So there you go. I wonder if anyone's ever heard me say their name with a gifted sub and they're like, holy shit, I got one, and it's not until I said it out loud. Thank you so much for that, Snuggles.
Thank you, Snuggles. Very generous.
Holy crap. There might be more people here right now that are subbed that aren't. That's fucking crazy. Thank you so much. Can you guys hear the baby? She wants to learn how to talk so bad, but she's nowhere close, you know? Nowhere close. She's not even 5 months old yet, but she wants to talk so bad. She's in there babbling away. All these pipes all over the place. I wonder what that's all about. That's the goal, Snuggle says. Anyway, what was the next question from Sulkrat?
You mentioned that years ago you used to chat online with people just to chat. Do you remember how you would go about doing this? What sites you used? I'm pretty isolated and I'm always looking to converse. People online seem very goal-oriented though and don't seem to have any interest in talking.
Yeah, I think that was just a something that was unique to that time in the early days of the internet. I don't think you could do it anymore, and I think you might come across as a creep if you tried to do it. But I'm not sure. There might still be a bunch of teenagers out there that really want to talk to people, but I'm guessing, you know, that school life now is very, very different. Is there anyone here that's a teenager or was recently a teenager, like you're 20? Am I right on this, that now school life doesn't really have an end? Like when you go home from school, you're still connected to almost every single person that you go to school with? Am I right or wrong there? Like, because that to me was where like things were going at the end of my school life. So I think that it's probably like that now, where, you know, you're just yeah, and that sounds like hell to me. So I'm glad that you guys can get through that, and maybe there's some enjoying to it, you know. Trying to flirt with someone might be really different now, huh?
Yeah. Very different.
But yeah, anyway, so there's that, and I feel like maybe a lot of people that are used to talking online might not want to talk to other people because the novelty's gone from that now. But back then when I was first using the internet, it really was a big novelty, and you could talk to people, and it's like, oh cool, it's cool I get to talk to someone who is from this different country or whatever. I don't know how you would go about it now, even if you did find some people. I used to use AOL Instant Messenger, MSN, and ICQ, and the big one was Instant Messenger's finding someone. It was really easy to find someone on MSN. You could just type in credentials of what kind of person you want to find. Same with ICQ. I can't remember how extensive it was. I just remember being able to like limit it to location, and I was able to, I think it was even able to say like I was looking for men or women too, and around their ages as well. I can't remember. My goal was to just talk to people from different cultures and backgrounds, just to learn. But I also really wanted to get better at talking to girls, because I was a really thirsty teenager. But it wasn't anything ever sexual for me when I was talking to these people. I just wanted to get more confidence and more experience with talking to the opposite sex. But yeah, I don't know how you go about it now. I have no idea. And if they would even let you. There was like Omegle, right? But that's anonymous and or chat roulette. I think it's chat roulette. I've never been on those things before. Yeah, I think maybe you'd have to find people that you just share an interest with to begin with, you know? And you go on Discord and you just talk to them, but it's gonna be... What's going on? I think it's gonna be difficult for you to get that, and like you said, there's people that are really like goal oriented, and they don't really want to talk to somebody without having Having something out of it? I don't know. Okay, so you could probably find groups with different interests, and you know, if you are just interested in talking to people just to talk to them, you could just like feign interest in something, you know, in some message board somewhere, or you could go on find communities on Discord and talk to people, and then find out, you know, start private messaging people if you really want to, but make sure that they're, you know, they're into it. But yeah, I think you would struggle to get any proper friendships online now without having something tying you together. A community like Discord, or if you play a game together, I think that would be the best way you could do it now, is if there's an MMO that you play together and that you make a friendship outside of that lasts and it persists through the MMO, the game that you play together, so some sort of shared experience. I don't think you're going to be able to just talk to someone just to talk to them. I don't think that happens anymore. Maybe there's someone in chat that can share some success that they had with doing stuff like that, but yeah, I think that was just something that was unique to the times, unfortunately. Yeah, I also talked to people through some games that I played. I was on M Player a lot, and Zone as well, and I played a lot of Total Annihilation, a little bit of was it Quake 3? I think it was Quake 3 Online, Rainbow Six Rogue Spear, and I was able to talk to people through that and find some people, but it was Ultima Online. I think I made the most friendships with, and you know, being in the UK at the time, the servers were shared with a lot of people from all over Europe, so I was able to talk to people like from Germany and France. So it was fun. You know, it was interesting to me to be able to see people from different cultures and get to know them. And I think I still have some weird little language quirks picked up from speaking to people who had their English as their second language. I noticed that they would say sure a lot more. If English is your second language, people said sure, whereas most other people would say yes. Whereas most people who have English as their first language, sure is almost like either an answer to a request rather than an affirmative, or it's something that people use for sarcasm sometimes. So it would be like sure, whereas they would use sure as in just a straight up yes, and that's something I found cute, and I started using it myself. Sure. Anyway, that's all I can say about that. I hope that helps a little bit, Sulkrat, but probably not good news if you want to be into that. But I'm sure, like, if you went to sure, I'm sure if you went into like a Discord community, like even ours, that you could find someone to talk to. I think in general people are a lot more bitter online now, and it would be difficult to get that. We're not in the Wild Wild West anymore. Wild Wild West.
Not everybody is as experienced though with the internet. I did join WoW or anything like that, so I didn't have the same experiences as you from meeting people from all over the place. So when I'm on Discord with other people and I find out they're from a different country that I've never been to, I'm like, wow, let's talk. What's it like there? You know, I still get kind of very intrigued by it, even after all these years, just because I didn't talk to as many people, I guess, probably as you did.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still a bit of a novelty for me. Like the internet isn't, but people from around the world are, because I haven't traveled and I want to. So.
And the problem is getting someone to willing to talk to you for long enough for it to be worth it. How are they, by the way? Is they okay?
Leo fell off the bed.
Oh, okay.
He was asleep. I go to the door and I said to him, "Is it okay?" And he goes, "Leo fell off the bed." Leo's sitting on the floor rubbing his eyes. How did I get here?
Poor Leo.
He's okay though. He didn't cry or anything. I put him right back on the bed. He's awake now though. I don't know how long if he'll be able to get back to sleep or not. She's just in there talking to herself.
Yeah, I can hear her. That's okay though. Think she's getting hungry soon?
Probably. She hasn't eaten since right after we had dinner, remember? Or right before we had dinner? Remember?
Yeah.
I fed her at the table. That's the last time she had anything. So
Oh, that was a while ago then.
She's due, like...
Yeah, so I don't understand why she's not hungry. Yeah. Anyway, let's go to the next person on Patreon. Oh, did you read this part?
I did.
Okay.
Thank you so much, right? TYSM?
Yeah.
I'm happy you're back streaming and putting out videos right now. I enjoy most all of the content, but especially hearing about your life and the lives of those in your fan base. Thank you for all that you do. Hope you and your family are doing well.
Thanks, Elkrat. That's really nice. Thank you very much. Sorry that the baby's crying. Maybe she's hungry.
Maybe she's ready now.
Read the next one out quick and then we'll go to it.
Paolo P says, "Hi Joe, glad to hear you're almost done. This project sounds like it's taking a toll on you, and hopefully this project has given you some insight into new workflows that would reduce the stress in making future videos. Surviving the first Witcher's gameplay alone feels like a battle of attrition.
Yep.
And I've read the books too. Not quite an easy read given the translation from Polish to English.
The books were okay, actually. I think reading the books was my favorite part of the whole thing, strangely enough.
So to imagine you going through the entire franchise and maybe the Netflix adaptation and analyzing their relationship with each other is a Herculean task well on its own that doesn't even factor in the time spent on editing hundreds of hours of footage and timing that to your script. You're an inspiration, and I will never regret discovering your Witness video for the first time, thinking the cover image was Firewatch."
Oh, thank you so much. And that's a funny little tidbit there. You thought it was Firewatch.
I don't have any questions yet, really. I'll just add them later. I just wanted to say thanks for all the work you're doing and hope it leads to bigger and better things.
Well, thank you so much, Paolo. I'll check the Patreon thing right now, actually, to see if you added the questions, because I added this to my list a while ago, but maybe they came in under a different post later. Let me see. Unless it signed me out. If it signed me out from Patreon, then we're gonna have some trouble. No, it's okay. Maybe I should do a video on Firewatch. I think that would be a quick video.
You always say that.
No, Firewatch really would be. Firewatch is like Edith Finch.
Okay.
Because the Edith Finch video took about a week, so I think Firewatch would take about a week too.
Oh, I'm wrapping a bottle of formula, sorry.
Okay, so Paulo did not edit the questions in, but there might be some questions later on from Paulo. Let's see. Nope, there aren't. Paulo, if you want to edit them in and let me know on Discord, I will put them on the list, even though it's closed. That's fine. And let me know, and I'll answer them next week. Let me do a search just to be sure. Yep, these ones are just here. Yep. So if you're here, or if you listen to this on the VOD later, yep, feel free to do that and just message me on Discord, like poke me to make sure that, or just send them to me on Discord and just poke me and to make sure that I see it. Edith Finch took about a week. Whack. Yeah, some videos are really easy to make. The Selma video only took about a week too. Depends on the game. Like the game really dictates a lot about it. Yeah, so I guess this sounds awful considering how long this video is taking, but I'm actually pretty fast, if you look at the content, when like the amount of content that this video is going to end up being, and you think of that in terms of small videos, it's like, oh wow, this was actually a lot of content, so I'm actually pretty fast. It's the long videos just take a really long time, and the game dictates a lot too. So I don't know, maybe I should make a bunch of small videos, but I feel like if I make nothing but like Edith Finch style videos, I don't think it would go well. This is pretty difficult. Hey baby Kate, how's it going? Nine was the latest estimate. It's longer than 9 hours yet. The whole thing's longer than 9 hours. I talk about Witcher 1 and 2 for 3 hours each. I might try and edit it down, but that's how it is right now, yeah. So imagine how long it's going to take to talk about Witcher 3 and the DLC when Blood and Wine by itself is longer than Witcher 2. you know? Are you shitting me, game?
Yeah, she's got hiccups. She's having her bottle now.
How's it going, baby? Anyway, sorry if anyone here is allergic to babies, but yeah, there's a baby in here and she's having a drink, and yeah, so you're gonna be hearing some baby sounds. I hope you're okay with that. Did you like Witcher 1? I liked the other games, but couldn't stand the first one. Someone else says I never got to pass the tutorial in Witcher 1. The tutorial is the worst part of Witcher 1, so I'm not surprised. I liked Witcher 1, yeah. I like them all. Each one is my favorite for different ways. They each succeed better than the others do for different reasons. But that's for another time. All right, let's go to the next person on Patreon because Paula didn't have any questions, so we'll just go to the next one.
Dor S says, so my questions. Looks like there may be a bunch of small ones.
Yeah, looks like it.
Have you played Darkest Dungeon with its recent updates?
No, I have not. I don't think I'll play Darkest Dungeon again. I will try the sequel, but if I don't like it, I'm not going to do a video on it. There's only going to be a video on Darkest Dungeon if I like it significantly more than Darkest Dungeon 1. I don't have to love it. It doesn't have to be my favorite game or anything, but it just has to be quite a bit more than Darkest Dungeon 1. It's going to be a waste of everyone's time if I do a video on it and be like, yeah, this is just more Darkest Dungeon 1. I still hate it, you know? That's not good.
Do you also like board games?
I do, but I don't get the chance to play them, and the only ones that I've really played and I've enjoyed are like the classics like Monopoly and Clue. I would like to get into different board games later on in life, and I would enjoy playing them with the kids quite a bit. If chess counts as a board game, which I think it probably does, that's the board game I spent the most of my life playing. I played chess competitively when I was a teenager, and I really like that game, and I think it taught me quite a bit on how to think about things more rationally and logically. So I'm quite grateful to chess for that.
What is the funniest game you have ever played?
Ooh, that's a tough one. That's a really hard one. So if we're talking about what has made me just laugh the hardest, I think maybe something we streamed, but that's also because we're streaming it, you know? So I don't think that's a good answer, because it's not fair, because I'm laughing so hard because I'm streaming it, right? But if we're talking about like not on stream, maybe Portal or Portal 2. Undertale I found pretty funny, but that was streamed. But even off stream, I think I would have found that funny. Xenoblade Chronicles 2, I don't think I would have laughed as hard off stream. There was this game called Giant Citizen Kabuto that I played when I was a teenager, and I found that fucking hilarious. So that one is a candidate for sure. Has anyone here played that game? That game was fun. That game was weird. Games like Team Hospital have some good humor to them too, like the Bullfrog game. So I wouldn't say that's like the funniest game I've played or anything. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Portal 2. I think Portal 2 is probably the funniest game.
Name a game with a great story that you didn't make a video about.
Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VI. Demon Souls, no, I'm kidding. Do stream games count? Because if I can stream them, Stanley Parable has really good writing, but I wouldn't call it a good story. Beginner's Guide has a really good story. Undertale. I feel like stream games shouldn't count either because you already know my opinion on those, right?
Assuming they watch the streams.
Yeah, assuming they watch the streams, that's true. Maybe the Metal Gear Solids. I don't know if Metal Gear Solid really has a good story, if it just has good writing, you know, and or entertaining writing. I don't know. I don't know if that would count or not. Baldur's Gate 2, Planescape Torment. Not Icewind Dale. I didn't really go for Icewind Dale because it didn't have any good story or character moments for me. I was really disappointed in Icewind Dale 1 and 2. Neverwinter Nights 2. I have not played Mask of the Betrayer, and I'm very sad that I haven't played that. I would really like to do that. Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2. I think that's all that comes to mind right now. Disco Elysium, yeah, for sure. New Vegas, yeah. I think that's enough, right? Mass Effect and Dragon Age? Now all BioWare games are crap. No, Mass Effect is a pretty good story, but I haven't played the third one, so, or have I? So I don't really want to talk about Mass Effect. Dragon Age is alright, but I feel like Dragon Age doesn't really have that good of a story. It has some good moments and some good characters, but it doesn't have really that good of a story. Okay.
Getting the Blades of Chaos in God of War 2018 was a great moment in gaming. Can you think of one that you liked more?
Ooh, that's a tough question. When the credits rolled at the end of Witcher 3. No, damn, just snarking all over the place, huh? Snarky. There is a moment in Witcher 3 that I really enjoyed, but I don't think I liked it more. I can think of one, but it's a spoiler. There's a couple in Undertale that are better for something that we streamed, but for something that I've never talked about on stream or in a video before, there are a couple moments in Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger that I think are stronger, that I really enjoyed. I don't want to talk about them, but I can speak about them in vague terms, I think. So there's a character that dies in Chrono Trigger, and that is quite a big moment. And then there is a resurrection that happens in Chrono Trigger. There's also a really good moment. There's also arriving at a place that you don't expect to go to in Chrono Trigger. That's a really big moment. There's a bunch of them in Chrono Trigger that are really big moments, but that's like nostalgia, that sort of thing. There is the entirety of the second half of Final Fantasy VI, I think, is a moment that's at least on par with that, or maybe even better. I'm trying to think if there's anything more recent that I could talk about. I ate her. I ate her. No, that's it. That's all that's coming to mind right now. Sorry. Maybe like the first time like portals kind of click in Portal 1 and 2, and what happens toward the end of Portal 1. You know, like these, like I'm trying to think of things that had me like big wow moments, or moments that had like just a big huge smile on my face. I was like, I can't believe how good this is. You know, like there were parts during like BioShock Infinite that was like Columbia's so beautiful and so like out there. I was like, holy shit. And same with Rapture and BioShock 1, even though I don't particularly like those games that much. Killing my first raid boss in World of Warcraft, killing Onyxia for the first time was a big one, but that had me like, holy shit. That's probably stronger than the one you're talking about in God of War. Yeah, I think that's all I can say. Yeah, that's all that comes to mind because they're short questions. Yeah. getting a multi-moon in Odyssey. The first time playing Mario 64 and just like having this 3D game was just like, what the hell? But that's a different kind of answer than what you're going for, I think. So I didn't realize you could bounce off these guys' heads, so that was kind of frustrating, but okay, here we go. All right. Next question from Doris.
Did you like Demon of Hatred?
Yes. For a little while, it was my favorite boss because it's the most Dark Soulsy boss, but I've cooled on it a little bit over time, and now I think it's number 3 for Sekiro. So my favorite boss in Sekiro is the ape, and then the last boss of the story, and then Demon of Hatred. That's my ranking of the bosses.
I'd say Ishin Ashen Sword Saint is the best boss from Software. What do you think?
Oh, the best in that game? Like I could see an argument for it. Like the best boss they've ever had. That one's pretty good, Sir Scrap. I'm not going to read that out loud because it's sort of a spoiler. But yeah, I'm not going to read that out loud. But I agree with you. It's better than round 1. Is that the best? Okay, I don't even think it's the best boss in that game. But like, let's assume that you know it's number 2 and the best boss is in that game that they've made. See, I haven't played Dark Souls 2 in a while, so I don't know how Sin and Fume Knight have stacked up. You know. Like, and I really like those fights, so I don't know how those would go. I think that probably Dark Souls 1 is sort of too slow for me now, and I wouldn't enjoy it nearly as much as I used to. So it'd be between like the Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, and something Bloodborne. Like Ludwig is so good, man. Like Maria's so good too. I think I prefer Ludwig and Maria to Orphan. Orphan is just kind of too like alien for me, I guess, or I don't know. A little too grotesquely anime, maybe. I don't know, but I really like Ludwig. And I really like Daughter of Chaos, too. Bloodborne games have... Dark Souls games have... or Souls-like games, have such good names for their bosses. I really like that about them. I don't know. He's up there, definitely. He's really, really good, and it helps that Sekiro's combat system is much better than most of the Souls games. So he's definitely up there. That's a tough question. Yeah, I'm gonna go with no for now because I haven't replayed those games in a while, but I can definitely see where you're coming from and why you might think so. Yeah. Yeah. Top 5, I think. Top 5.
Down that whole thing.
Did she really? How much was it?
The whole bottle.
5 ounces?
No, like 8 or.
She just had 8 ounces?
6 or 8. I had 6 ounces in there, and then I put the whole thing.
Wow.
How much is in this? At least 8, right? Maybe even more than 8. And I think she wants more.
Damn.
Giant baby.
Hungry giant baby. Maybe we got another Leo on our hands. And Doris's last question was, what in heaven's name is one of your favorite games that will remain nameless that you mentioned in the God of War video? I believe it was actually in the Hollow Knight video, and it was Dark Souls. I don't remember making that joke in the God of War video, but I remember saying it in the Hollow Knight video. So unless I'm forgetting something, and maybe someone in chat can correct me, I think it was that one. Yeah, and it was Dark Souls for sure. I thought that would be obvious. I feel like I should be able to get up to that. Oh, I did. Nice. What? Oh, okay. So I come down in a different area. Okay. Wasn't it Artificial Academy 2? I don't know what that is. What's Artificial Academy 2? 2. Oh, it's porn. Okay, cool. Alright. Okay, then it's porn. Good thing you're too little to understand anything that's going on, right? Yeah, big smile. Aww. 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 Okay, so let's go to the next person on Patreon, and then we'll go over to Twitch for a bit. Thank you for the questions, Doris.
Ryan C. says, what motivated or inspired you to start making these long-form analysis videos? Was there any times you considered giving up during the early days of the channel?
So, the big inspiration, which is just hilarious to me looking back, so there were two major inspirations. The first one was money. It was trying to find out something that could bring in extra income, because Lily and I were getting so old, you know, in terms of having a baby age, that it was like, okay, we need to find a way to seriously, you know, make things work, because Lily is bipolar and I am narcoleptic, and my narcolepsy was getting worse and worse and worse as it throughout my 20s, to the point toward the end of my 20s where I could barely work at all, a traditional job, because of how scheduling works in most jobs. So it was something that had to happen. So we had, I think, 3 or 4 options, and then there was the writing that was doing really, really well, but then the writing started going kind of bad, and it wasn't selling all that well. And I've spoken to about that on stream before. Amazon changed how they promote self-published books, and because of that, we weren't able to make a livable income from that, even though before that it was doing quite well. The books were written to make money. They're supposed to be like paperback kind of pulpy things, and they were selling quite well. They were selling like thousands of copies every single month, you know. I was getting emails from book fans. I was getting like people following me on Twitter. I was getting lots of reviews, that sort of thing. And then all of a sudden, you know, Amazon flipped the switch and stopped promoting self-published works, because they wanted it to just be kind of like a big slush pile that was free with Amazon Prime. And that just made all of the self-published works kind of go into the toilet, unless you built up your own advertising or community to promote them. And that happened, like, I think maybe a year after we started, maybe a little over a year after we stared writing. Maybe it was a little later than that, actually. It was later than that. Maybe it was 2 years. I can't remember.
Because I took a while to write mine.
Yeah, maybe it was 2 years. My thing of my perception of time is a little off. Can you please stop scratching the pillow? Yeah. No. Stop scratching your nose. Why you got scratching your nose? Oh no. Anyway, so so similar to what happened to animators on YouTube, where something really bad happened to the way that the algorithm promoted their content. That's sort of what happened. So we went from like selling, you know, about at least 100 copies of our books every single day to literally selling nothing the next day. Like, it was that soon. It was like something ticked over in the middle of the night, and it was like, whoa, what happened to sales? And then that was it. That was dead forever.
We thought it was bugged.
Yeah, we thought it was bugged, and it wasn't. So it was dead forever. So that's why I'm really like, I'm really scared about that happening again on YouTube. But I spoke about that a couple times on stream before. So that's what happened with the books, and I needed to find a way to you know, replace that income without having the option of holding down a proper job because of the way narcolepsy worked. So there was lots of options, and one of them was learning coding to make a game. Another one was to get a publishing agent to publish the books traditionally, which was very, very difficult to do for reasons that are probably too complicated to go into for this Q&A. But yeah, the other option was to make a channel, but we also wanted to make the YouTube channel to promote the books, to grow an audience, in order to go to a publisher and say, hey, look how big our audience is, and because that's a lot of the feedback that we were getting when we were trying to get a traditional publisher was, now the writers, the authors themselves have to be a big part of promoting their own work. And where's your online community, and how are you going to guarantee us sales, you know, for when we're traditionally publishing your book? Which was kind of a piss off, because it's kind of like, I used to look at that and be like, isn't that what you're for? Isn't that what the publisher is for? Isn't, like, you know, the writer spends their time writing the book and you're the one who promotes the book, you know? Like, isn't that what the whole purpose of the publisher? So that was kind of a piss off, and it really annoyed me. But that's what they wanted. So it was like, okay. So we started the channel in order to kill two birds with one stone. It's like, okay, well, this could turn into something that makes money, or it could also be an audience that we could use to be attractive to. Whoa, good burp, little girl. Oh, big smile. Whoa, whoa. Sorry, the baby just burped. So we thought it would make it attractive for a publisher while also being a potential thing that would make money. So at the time, as I was making the first video, we had the first baby, and I was exploring all these different avenues, and it was like, okay, whichever one hits is the one we'll pursue, and the videos hit very quickly, so that's what we just went with. We never did get a traditional publisher, though. The last time I tried to get a publisher was after getting 100,000 subscribers, so that was quite a while ago, and it was really frustrating, and I always like venting about this because it just pissed me off so much that you have to understand that a lot of these literary agents, so in order to get a book published, you can go directly to a publisher, but it's not recommended that you do that because they'll fleece you. So what you want to do is you want to get a literary agent who knows the best deals and knows how to negotiate on your behalf, and also they only take a percentage of whatever deal that you get. You don't pay them up front. So the idea is sort of like it's sort of like when you go to a chartered accountant with your taxes, that you know, if you are have a lot of things to deduct, you know, like the services, the fees for the services of the accountant themselves are also deductible. So it's kind of like a win-win for everybody. You get to file your taxes properly, and there's going to be less mistakes for the government because the chartered accountant was there and did it. The government also, you know, loses a bit of money because the chartered accountant can squeeze more out, but you know, that's what it's there for, right? So it's like a win-win for everybody. So the author gets a better deal, the agent gets to get paid as well, and the publisher presumably gets a higher quality product because the literary agent is the first line of defense from crap getting through, and they get to decide. But it also means that a lot of literary agents are like become the arbiters of taste. You know what I mean? Like, you have to convince a literary agent that your work is worth people reading it, and you hear stories from even like really popular writers. Like, I think J.K. Rowling had to go through, I think, like 100, maybe even more than that, of literary agents before Harry Potter was finally picked up. And you hear that about music too, you know. 21 Pilots is a really, really popular band right now, and one of their albums is called Regional at Best, and that's because when they were trying to find a label, they were told that their music isn't very good, and they would be regional at best. You know, you'd only be good in a very small area, and now they're one of the biggest bands out there. So this is something that a lot of people kind of like, oh, these fucking assholes, or they don't know what they're talking about. But I think, and this is a hard pill to swallow when you are a burgeoning musician or a burgeoning writer, I think they're usually right. When you don't get to hear about all the stories where, you know, this book was rejected 100 times and it never was picked up, you know what I mean? And you don't get to hear about the times where the bands, the labels were like, yeah, you're regional at best, and they were right, you know? Because if you don't hear about them, it means they were right? So I feel like most of the time they are going to be right, but there's going to be a lot of times when they're not, unfortunately, and then it can be very frustrating for the artist or the writer. Anyway, so it was very frustrating to go through all of these, to send out all these emails trying to find an agent, because I was trying to find an agent at the same time when I was when we were self-publishing too, because even though we are self-published writers, we also agree that self-publishing is kind of cheating, and it's not the same as being traditionally published. It's sort of like something that's a layover from the publishing system from writing, that anything that's self-published is considered lesser compared to anything else, to the point that even a lot of self-published writers will agree with this too. So I don't think it's fair, but it's something that I even kind of agree with at the moment. Even though it's not the same in games and movies and music, it's just something that's only there for books. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so you get to this point where, I'm sorry I'm going on such a long rant about this. This isn't really limited to your question, but related to your question, but I feel like I need to finish now. So you'll get to this point where you will have sent out, like, I think the most queries I sent out was about 100 or so. I sent out 100 queries to literary agents while my book was on Amazon, or my books rather were on Amazon selling hundreds of copies, you know, regularly. and getting all these really good reviews. Like, I'm not the best writer, and I don't pretend that my books on there right now are like high art or anything, but they're good for what they are, you know? Like, they're supposed to be like fun disposable reads, and that's what a lot of people want out of books. And yeah, they're good for what they are. At least I think so. So yeah, and I had all these queries going out, and I want to say, because it would be more interesting, that I was just getting rejection after rejection after rejection, but I wasn't. What I was getting were one of two things. I was getting either, we don't publish anything that's ever been self-published before. That was the only rejection I was getting, was we don't do anything like that. If it's been self-published, we won't touch it. Come back if you have something that hasn't been self-published before. Or I was getting no answer at all. And let me tell you, when you send out that many and you don't get any single answer, it's really fucking frustrating. Really, really, really fucking frustrating to get no response whatsoever. And you look at their can I go on this? Like, it was amazing how many times you would send out something and they were still using like an MSN email or an AOL email. You know, they haven't even switched over to Gmail, and it's got like this weird name to it too. And then you'd like send out and you go onto this like pristinely curated like publisher website or literary agency websites rather, and then you would find that like their bio, and it has a picture of them there and their little blurb, and you know, like, hey, my name's Patricia, and I wanted to be a literary agent since I was 3 years old. Ha ha ha! How quirky am I that I wanted to be a literary agent since I was this age, and my interests are this, and these are the kind of books that I want, and blah 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 blah. And then you send an email to them, and the email bounces back with, this email address is no longer valid and it's not working anymore. And it's like, and you go on like the really expensively made website, and you just kind of look at it and you're like, huh? Like, what do you mean it's not valid anymore? Like, how is your email fucking broken? You're a literary agent. Like, are you just sitting there all day going, oh, wonder where these queries are? Oh, guess it's a little slow. You know what I mean? Like, so it's that sort of thing. That happened way more than you might think for a business that is founded on like the strength of like being able to communicate with people, you know? Anyway, so there was that, but there was also this thing that we kept seeing on literary sites, which was that agency sites, that was, you need to be able to promote it. Like I just said, like I just went into, you need to be able to promote yourself. Where's your online audience? What kind of audience are you targeting your book at? Where are they going to be people that are going to be like buying your book, and you have to cultivate this audience? And where's your online blog, and how many followers do you have, and all this shit? And it's like, okay, well, maybe that's why. Maybe it's because I don't have enough of a following. So then we got the YouTube channel up. So like there's like, I had like, I think over 10,000 people following me on Twitter. You know, I have like 100,000 people following me on YouTube. You know, like, and it's like, okay, so what kind of audience following are you talking about? Because I don't think there's any big community at all that I can think of. You know, like, I think maybe even Neil Gaiman doesn't have really that many people following his blog and shit on his website. So what kind of online community are you talking about here? Because even the YouTube thing wasn't enough. You know, it was still the kind of the same thing. It's like, okay, we still don't publish self-published work. You need to come back with something else, or just no answer again. It's like, it just wasn't enough, right?
There's also no guarantee they're going to take a new book that you write, so you're taking him off the YouTube channel then to write another book that hasn't been self-published.
Yeah.
That they may or may not want, right?
So here I am, like emailing people, like literary agents, being like, look, I have this fairly large YouTube channel, you know, like it's been linked out by all these people, you know, you have to really plug yourself out, and I hate doing that. It makes me feel really dirty, but I have to like look at all these big names in online community that have watched my videos, and you know, there have been people from all these different companies that have watched my videos, you know, like, you know, Notch has watched my videos, the guy who made Minecraft, you know, that's surely going to break through to even the person that knows very little about video games in the online communities. Like, you know, everyone knows what Minecraft is, and it's just still nothing. So I don't know what's going on with the literary agency world right now. I don't understand it, because I want to say it's just a bunch of rejections, but it's not. Right now it's just radio silence. You just get nothing. You just get like next to no feedback, and it's just fucking nothing. You know what I mean? So it's like, you do exactly what they want you to do, and you get nothing. So I don't know. I don't even know what needs to change. You just keep sending it out over and over and over again. Maybe I should try again now that we have so many more followers and everything. But I feel like it would go nowhere again. You know? So yeah, I have no idea. I guess there's just way too many people writing books at the moment, and there's just no way to make yourself stand out. But like I said, like I'm not going to be satisfied without ever having a traditionally published book, you know, because I think Lily, you know, will agree with me here. You still view it as lesser, right, Lily? Like even as a self-published writer, you still view it as lesser.
I feel like a real author.
Yeah, which is stupid. You should.
I've written more books than some published authors, you know, like traditionally published authors might have written one book, and I've written.
And you get
I'm
people...
on my fourth book, and you know, I still feel like I'm less experienced, I'm less well known, I'm less. What's the word? Genuine, maybe?
Yeah, but you get people like telling you, like messaging you all the time saying, hey, I really liked your book, you know what I mean?
You get lots of emails from people, and the thing was, we didn't market them, right? We didn't promote them, so I had lots of people. For a while, my books, just my one book that was up there was paying rent. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
There was a couple months there where yours was bonus, mine was paying rent.
The Houndster Murders sold like crazy. There was
I would get people saying, I just recommended you to my friend, to my sister, you know, like I really enjoyed your books. It was all word of mouth, right? Like it was just. Yeah, but still, it's still hard to feel.
Maybe they checked not just Twitter. There was a time when the Wizard and the Dragon sales peaked that it was on the list top 100 fantasy books on Amazon below Game of Thrones. Like that's how high the sales were on these books. There was a time when Lily's was really high up on there too. You know what I mean? Like it's like these are how high up they were. There was one time when Interstellar Soldiers, which is just a horrible title, but they had to be titled that way, was right below The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy on book sales. You know what I mean? Like it was insane how well these books were selling, and you know you just can't get through the publishers. It's like they had just all collectively decided that anything that gets self-published that tries to bypass our fucking system, you know, fuck anyone who's a self-published writer. We're not taking anything that they make, you know.
There's one that got back to me, and we had an actual back and forth. And out of all the ones I sent, she was the only one that gave me any feedback. And basically, it came down to, when you write something else, send it to me and I'll take a look. But I can't take what you have offered. You know, like it was because it was already self-published. It was already out there. They couldn't touch it. You know, so there was an open invitation that is probably long expired because it took me so long to write anything else after that. Because when your book starts selling, like your motivation to write another one when you see that nobody wants it, right, is not going to make you write very quickly. So but she's the only one. So how many did we send out that was like the only one that actually said anything useful to me?
I think you sent out even more than I did. Yeah, I we should probably try it again sometime soon, but.
I'm hoping to send out the one I'm writing now.
Where's the time coming from is the problem for me.
For me.
And also, like, there's a vindictive part of me that just wants to say, fuck them, you know? I'll just do it myself, you know? I'll just self-publish on myself now with that audience and just be like, I'm not expecting it to sell a lot, but then you use those sales from that audience and you prove that it works, and then you get something later, but after having done it yourself, you know? You know, the vindictive, like, fuck you, Joe. The rarest of Joes. No, it's not really that rare, is it? But yeah, anyway, so that was the thing. It was to make money. But the other thing is, a version of being able to make money. But the other thing was that I was again kind of vindictive Joe. I was really angry at how, or I felt it was unfair. And when I see something that's unfair, it makes me mad. But it wasn't like I was fuming or anything. It was just kind of like a you know. Gamer mad. It's like, you know, people are wrong about this game and I really want to show them, you know, like what I mean? And that was about Dark Souls. So the first video I ever made was Dark Souls 1, and I was really, I felt like people were just shitting all over Dark Souls 2 and just forgiving Dark Souls 1 for doing pretty much the exact same thing. And I think it could have been a little more clear in the Dark Souls 2 video where I'm saying, you know, I think a lot of people have rightfully complained that, hey, sequels are supposed to do better, so if Dark Souls 2 does something wrong that Dark Souls 1 did, you know, you should criticize it even harder because sequels should always seek to improve. And it's like, yeah, but the problem isn't that Dark Souls 2 didn't fix the problem that people didn't like in Dark Souls 1. The problem that I had was that no one seemed to really be complaining about this in Dark Souls 1 when it still existed in Dark Souls 1. Whereas Dark Souls 2 was getting slammed for something that Dark Souls 1 did, but no one else was complaining about it, you know? That's the distinction. I could have made that a bit more clear in the video, I think. So I was mad, and I was like, okay, I really like Dark Souls 1, it's better than Dark Souls 2, but I think Dark Souls 2 is getting unfairly slammed, so fuck this, I'm gonna make this video about Dark Souls 1, and I'm gonna show them all, you know? And it turned out that, you know, there was less to say than I thought, and I don't particularly think those videos are all that great, but that's one of the big reasons why like I wanted to make the channel. And there were also other videos too that I really wanted to make. I really wanted to make a video on Hearthstone and Diablo. I was getting pretty angry at those games, you know, and I also really wanted to make a video on Dungeon Keeper. So like the first set of videos, they wanted to come bursting out of me. And then after that, you know, these videos that I've been thinking about for quite a while, I was like, okay, well, the big experiment was Fallout 4. So I was like, okay, so what if I did a video on a game that I haven't played before, that I haven't been thinking about for a long time, you know? What would that video do? And Fallout 4 was like, it's like a huge video, and it was one of my most watched, and it still is one of my most watched, you know? It's one of the, I think, 11 that has more than 1 million views, you know? So it was like, okay, this is something that I can pursue, and I feel very fortunate that I have that, you know? And yeah, so that's really why I wanted to start the channel. The other question was, the other part of your question, was there any time that I considered giving up? Yeah, there were a few times. There were 2 that I remember. There was also like, unrelated to giving up, but when I wanted to give up on making the video, there were a bunch of times during No Man's Sky and Darkest Dungeon where I was like legitimately, genuinely depressed playing the game. Like, I know how that sounds, it's just playing a game, how the fuck could you be depressed? Like, I was in a really, really dark place playing those games, man. Like, I was starting to really question my sanity, kind of like where Witcher's gone now. Just like really, really bad place. Like, oh my god, I don't even know, like, is this even real? Am I in hell and this is some sort of punishment? Like, I'm dead serious. These are the thoughts that were going through my head while I was playing these games, because it was just fucking agony going through them, you know? It's weird. It's really, really weird. Like, No Man's Sky almost broke me. But yeah, but that's just giving up on those videos, not videos in general. Giving up on videos in general was after Rise of the Tomb Raider and after The Last of Us and Uncharted videos, because when those were a ton of work, and when they went up on the channel, they were barely watched at all. And it was like, what? It wasn't even like comparatively to some videos that had done really, really well, like the Hearthstone video and everything at the time. I mean, like, even for the amount of subs that I had at the time when those went up, it was like, oh wow, this was a lot of work and it was not worth it, and what the hell am I doing? And maybe I'm wrong to think that this is something that I can do full time, you know? Like, maybe I'm wrong to invest all this time into it, and maybe I was just lucky with the No Man's Sky video and the Hearthstone video, you know? And it turned out that like Uncharted and Last of Us is now like my second most watched video, so it worked out, and I shouldn't have felt that bad about it. But yeah, it was that was a lot of work that did not feel worth it when it first went up, and I was like, oh shit, maybe this isn't something I'm gonna be able to do after all. That absolutely came across well in your No Man's Sky video. I think that's partly why why it was so good and helped your channel so much. Did it? Like the insanity of going through that game, did it came across in that video? That's good. Because holy shit, that was a really bad time. I was not happy. Not happy at all. Do you remember when I was playing that?
Yeah, just kind of blank all the time. You would come into the kitchen and just look at me. But do you remember when it went up?
Yeah, it was good when it went up.
Do you remember that night when?
Yeah, that was a good night. I think that was like probably the strongest video launch compared to the amount of audience that we had at the time. But the strongest video launch in terms of pure numbers was the Fallout 76 1 year Fallout 76 versus Joseph Anderson. But in terms of like comparative to the numbers we had, yeah, it was that one. That was the best launch. It was a cool night. That was a cool night. Yep. So that's all I have to say, Rancy. I hope that is at least a little informative. The No Man's Sky video is so good. It's fucking art. I think that it tells a story, and I like that it tells a story. I watched it back recently, actually, and I enjoyed it. Did I finish Sekiro? Yes, I did. Yep, there'll be a video on Sekiro after Witcher is done. It was going to be before Witcher, but it turns out that I can't concentrate on anything else. It has to be after The Witcher. I don't have making another video in me right now when this is all in my head. I'm finding it very hard to concentrate on anything that isn't Witcher. So, yeah. Sorry about that. I know some people really want to see that video, but I just can't do it at the moment. Hope you understand. God damn it. So let's Did you ever see that GDC talk by Sean Murray where he's like, people only dislike their game because of toxic fans trying to drag us down and no one calls him out on this shit? If not, don't, you'll have an aneurysm. Really? I don't. That doesn't sound like him. I thought he was pretty meek about the whole thing. Did he say that? Because if so, fuck that guy. I thought he handled it pretty well after, you know, after the launching disappeared. Like, damn. Hey Joe, what are the age gender breakdowns of YouTube viewers? It's cool if you're not willing to divulge this information. Hey Moxapan, yeah, you asked that the other day and I didn't see if you were around when you asked that. Let me see if I can tell you. 1 second. I think I'm allowed, but even if I'm not, I'll sneakily tell you. I think I've already said it before once on stream, so it's okay. While I do that, thank you to Static Toss for the 4-month resub. Thank you very much, Static Toss. 4 months in Paw Patrol. Thank you very much. Thank you, Static Toss. Wow, I can hear the music coming from the headphones. Let me move that down just in case the microphone's picking that up. That would be bad. Demographics. Okay, let's go to lifetime. So it's 5% female, the rest is male. Age, vast majority are 25 to 34. Pretty much like 42% of viewers are 25 to 34. 35 to 44 is 11%. 18 to 24 is 36%. 13 to 17 is only 2%. And 65 people who are probably lying are about 1%. Yeah. So there you go. That's the demographic breakdown over all the views on the channel for lifetime. Oh no, it's a little bit more female. Sorry, it's closer to 7% for female. But strange. The highest percentage of female viewers is in the youngest age group, 13 to 17. And same for 18 to 24. That's interesting. Yep, but that's it. Coffee versus tea versus boiled Gatorade. I've never had boiled Gatorade. I don't like coffee, so it would be tea for me. Anyway, let's go over to... But seriously, don't watch it. Oh, can you link me on Discord, Toast Engineer, and I'll see you later. Hey Joe, is The Witcher 3 a good start for someone new to the series? Absolutely not. You could still play it though. It depends on what you want, what you're expecting out of the game. Okay, so we answered Tal's question last time, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember answering the second question. I remember answering the first question.
I remember that. I haven't been doing this.
I guess we must have asked the
2 hours
second.
max.
We must have answered the second question if we answered the first one.
Yeah. I remember we were saying you were the best web streamer on the web.
Yeah, and I remember
I don't remember you answering
right
the
more than
second
2 hours
question,
max
but I was
every
falling
day.
asleep
I remember
that
answering
night.
that one. Okay, so we're at Galactic Lobster is the next person. Okay. Let me move this over a little bit so we can see it all on the screen at the same time. Okay, there you go.
For the sake of transparency, my sub was gifted as I prefer using bits, lobster persona.
You are Lobster Persona,
Yes.
or was gifted by
I'm
Lobster
guessing lobster
Persona?
persona
Because
is galactic
Because
lobster.
I mean, maybe Lobster Persona really likes lobsters and gifted a sub to a fellow lobster. Possibly, but I think you're right. Anyway, go ahead.
Lobster persona. There you go.
Yeah, but he doesn't say I am Galactic
But
Lobster.
are you? Yeah, are you
Galactic
galactic?
Lobster? I think the lobsters are invading, Lily. What do you think?
Some of my favorite games are RPGs, Dragon Age, Fallout, Elder Scrolls, Divinity, etc. Many games in this genre share a common problem that manifests as a particularly different game section, or an area that cannot be reasonably passed due to the level or power of enemies present. In cases like these, the player can explore optional content in order to increase their power. This often leads to getting sidetracked and overleveling to the point that the original challenge seems trivial once revisited. As a result, exploring the side content thoroughly throughout the campaign can in a sense be detrimental to the experience, as it may lead the player to be always just a little bit too strong and ahead of the enemies. Ignoring it, on the other hand, can result in severe difficulty spikes. What are your opinions on gameplay systems or games that address this issue well? The question is intentionally broad.
I struggle with broad questions. I think specific questions that I actually know stuff about are the best questions, the best kind of answers I can give. Broad questions can be very difficult for me to have all the necessary information to properly answer them. But I'll do my best. This is something I've been thinking about because, you know, it's linked to the video. Witcher 3 does not do this well at all. And
can you turn down the music a little bit? Because apparently it's louder than me, and someone else said the same thing, that it's too loud.
I can turn it down. It does seem a bit louder in here. Okay, that's better. I can hear the baby. Can you hear the baby? Oh, man. Is that better? Is the music low enough now? Probably. Now it's good? Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so it's something I've been thinking about. It was related to some talk we were going through about the Outer Worlds when we were streaming it this week, and it's also directly linked to Witcher 3 because Witcher 3 does not do this very well. So I think the main flaw is viewing the gameplay in these games as something that's worthwhile. And I know how that sounds, I'm sorry, but I think that in many games that are RPGs like Mass Effect 1. Mass Effect 2 is different. The shooting in Mass Effect 2 is, from what I remember, it's okay. You know, it's not fantastic, but it's okay. You know what I mean? Like it's something that you could get through and you could enjoy probably, unless you play a lot of shooters. But even then, it's kind of like a lighter sort of shooting experience. You know what I mean? It's okay. But when you get into stuff like Dragon Age, I have to wonder like who is that for? And I look at a lot of RPG combat systems as being nothing but just context. You know, sometimes they're used for pacing, but sometimes they're used for the context of like, okay, and then there's a fight, and in a book or a movie there might be a fight scene, and instead of having that just play out in what could possibly be very expensive cinematics and videos to make, they have this sort of bad combat system that you can go through, and it can be linked into a progression system that everyone seems to think are great. You know, progression systems keep people engaged and they reward players for progressing, and it's like a little bit of it's like a breadcrumb of like addiction. You know, keep playing a game, you're doing progress, you're doing great. I really don't like progression systems lately that don't have a purpose for them and don't complement the gameplay more than something like a clicker game. You know, clicker games are a real good way. It's like getting a vaccine toward these progression systems that otherwise are very pervasive in these types of games, like I spoke about in like Darkest Dungeon. You know what I mean? So when you view them like that, like, why do they have difficulty modes? It becomes a really weird question. Like, why would you want difficulty modes for the context? It feels like there's a lot of things that are in games right now that are just included because that's what other games are doing. And I don't know if I've ever played an RPG on hard and thought, hey, I really enjoyed this more than I otherwise would have. It's like, so this is something that's taken straight from the Witcher 3 script, so apologies for the spoilers. But to me, difficulty modes in RPGs like this are basically just like a timer for how long do you want to have to play the game before you have just broken the progression system completely and you just raffle stomp face roll absolutely everything in the game. So it's like, so what do you want to do? Do you want it to take 10 hours before you get to that point, or do you want it to be 30? And almost every single RPG that has that kind of system abides by this rule, and that's it. You know, like even on the hardest setting in these RPGs, even with some challenge modes that you can do, and like I've said before, I'm not gonna say it just yet, but I did an absolutely crazy challenge mode in Witcher 3, like a voluntary challenge mode, is just like you still can just face roll over everything, you know, like it doesn't matter. So it's really weird, and I don't fully understand why these games do it, other than it's just because a bunch of other games do it. So that's coming from someone who still insists on playing these games on hard, because I'm just hoping that there's a way for it. There's a reason for it in one of them, and I'm really struggling to think of a game that did it right. Like even like the most actiony kind of RPG of them, like Dragon's Dogma, still has that issue where it's just how long do you want to have to do grinding before you get to the point where things are a lot easier, and that's got one of the more, like, your inputs matter way more in those games. What about the Souls games? Someone in the chat is saying. Yeah, I was just thinking about the Souls games. To me, Souls games are action games first, and the combat definitely isn't just there for context. The combat is the point, you know? Like, there's... Whereas in Mass Effect and Dragon Age, you're not... Does anyone... I'm sorry to say this. Does anyone play Mass Effect for the combat? Is there a single person in the whole entire world that has ever said to themselves, I want to replay Mass Effect because I want to do that combat again? Is there, like... I really don't want to be that kind of person that's like, there's no fucking way. But there's got to be someone, right? Like... And I don't want to belittle that experience. But at the same time, I just can't imagine anyone saying that and meaning it and not being like... There's so much better out there than that. Mass Effect 3 had enjoyable combat. Yeah, I'm specifically talking about Mass Effect 1. Mass Effect 1 has this kind of RPG system that we're discussing, whereas Mass Effect 2 and 3 are shooters with RPG elements. Mass Effect 1 is an RPG with shooter elements, you know? Like, Mass Effect 1, aiming the gun almost doesn't even matter. Whereas Mass Effect 2, it matters a lot, you know? There's no real skill testing being done in Mass Effect 1 compared to 2 and 3. Whereas, like, Dragon Age, you can see this point where Dragon Age 2 is so different from Dragon Age Origins. I haven't played Inquisition, so I don't know how it plays in that. I'm completely stuck in this room, by the way. I have no idea how to get through here. And then you have, like, Mass Effect going the same way. Like, Mass Effect 1 is just an RPG, whereas Mass Effect 2 is just a shooter. Dark Souls is like a hack and slashy game with RPG elements, but it's definitely an action game, and it's about the combat first. And I'm really struggling to think of any like RPG that does this stuff well. And like Lobster Persona says, it's like you have to play this meta game almost, where you can enjoy the game much more on your second run, because now you know, okay, how far is too far for leveling myself up? How much side content is too much side content for making myself over leveled and I can't enjoy anything anymore? You know, it's quite difficult to make sure that you're not, you know, ruining the game for yourself. And there's been a bunch of times where I've gotten into those positions in games. So yeah, I don't think I have a single example of it done well. Who asked this question? I missed the start. It was Lobster Persona. I think a lot of games need to embrace this idea of context, and they should just make the combat a little more flashy. Here's a more difficult one then. Is there anyone that plays Dragon Age Origins for the combat? Because I don't like the combat in Dragon Age Origins. I don't like the combat in Baldur's Gate 2. Like, it's just there for context for me. I'm just there to just play those games for the story and the characters and exploring and getting some cool loot sometimes. Like, I really like the best part of combat for me in Baldur's Gate 2 was reading all the cool item descriptions for the weapons and stuff. Someone says, I love the combat in both of those games. You love the combat in Baldur's Gate 2? Do you like D&D? Like, are you getting something out of it as a D&D player going to that? Or is it just like that was your first experience with D&D and you still love it?
Yes, tactical combat appeals to me, and yes, D&D is enjoyable.
See, I can understand if you enjoy D&D that you would get something out of it, but even tactical combat, I don't like. There's two forms of tactical combat, right? There's XCOM and Final Fantasy Tactics, that sort of thing. Those I can definitely see some enjoyment in, but Baldur's Gate 2 is nothing like that for me, and neither is Dragon Age. Like, I don't remember ever feeling like I was being rewarded for tactical options in Dragon Age. But maybe I'm wrong. Dragon Age Origins tactical combat was better than Dragon Age 2 and Dragon Age Inquisition. Do you think so? Maybe I need to play Dragon Age Origins again. Maybe I'm misremembering it. For how it worked. Maybe Dragon Age Origins is an example of it done well. Maybe Dragon Age Origins doesn't have maybe you can't out-level it, and like the side content is a lot more restrained in that game too, right? So maybe Dragon Age Origins is fine. My most vivid memory of Dragon Age Origins is being in a group with my tanky character and 3 mages, and just spending like 20 minutes fighting a dragon on the hardest difficulty mode, and just being absolutely bored out of my mind the whole entire time. But maybe I need to play it again. Okay, so person who said that they like tactical combat in Dragon Age and in Baldur's Gate, do you like Mass Effect's combat? Mass Effect 1? Is there a difference between those? Grinding needs to be stopped in a way. I like the idea of a day system in Persona, but I feel like it doesn't help grinding much, as staying in the dungeons forever is pretty easy. Yeah. Persona doesn't do it all that well either. So I'm concerned most isometric CRPGs combat is consider all those amazing tactical options, move and attack until you die for that. I'm going to disappoint you. I enjoyed Mass Effect combat for what it was. But was that in terms of like the context of it?
I'm not saying Mass Effect 1 combat was great.
Okay, so are you like you enjoyed like are we in agreement that it was more about the context and like how like the feelings that it evoked of being like space soldier super spy, you know, instead of enjoying the combat for the combat itself?
Yes, for combat in an RPG like that.
Okay. Mass Effect is also very linear, and it has and it doesn't have that many options to out-level yourself either. So maybe Mass Effect is all right for the context part of it. I don't know, man. I really struggle with this because I feel like there's this moment that I had when I was in my mid-20s, I think. I can't remember exactly what game it was, but I just realized I'm just like, you know what? Fuck all these games that have combat like this. They're just a waste of time in my eyes, and it's just like they're just chores to me. When it comes to their combat systems, it's just getting in the way of the good stuff. Kind of like a story gets in the way of the good stuff in a if the story's really bad and the combat's really good, and that's why I'm playing it. That's why I like Dark Souls so much. The story just stays the fuck away out of the action. That's how I view those games, and I feel like it makes my viewpoint very limited when it comes to discussing these kinds of things. But I just can't help it. It's just I just get so bored of these kind of things. Uh-oh. Baby's crying.
She might still be hungry, but I wanted to give her some time because she drank that whole 8 ounces or 10 ounces, and she's never had really more than that, so I don't want to give it to her and she throws it up.
The other problem in this, again, is something that comes up in the Witcher 3 video, is that RPGs tend to be really, really long. And even pure action games have trouble building combat systems that can survive for like 30 hours. Whereas in a game like Witcher 3 or Skyrim, or you know, most RPGs, especially most open world RPGs, like you're getting to this point where it's like, okay, this combat system is all right for an RPG, but is it all right enough to last like literally 100 hours of playing it? Is this combat system good enough to be worth 100 hours of your time? Because I think the answer is invariably going to be no. And it's like, that's really hard to do, and I think that's a mistake too. There's just too much of it. Am I crazy for saying that Witcher 3 combat boils down to 2 buttons? No, I 100% agree with you. 100% agree. You don't know how much I agree with that. Yeah. You have no idea. You have no idea. One day, you will know. You will have an idea. One day. Sorry, I really feel like I didn't answer this question very well and I wasn't prepared enough for it. Let me read it again. Let's see if there's something else, another direction I can take it. I think the difficulty spikes are the worst one. I think like the two problems here are that if you overlevel yourself, the content becomes too easy. Yeah, that's a problem. But I think the difficulty spikes are even worse because it leads to this point where you're just like, okay, am I even playing a game, or am I just playing this kind of thing where I have all these? I'm just progressing my character, and my character has to get better instead of me. And even action games can get like that too. You know, it was that thing that a lot of people disagree with. The problem I had with Breath of the Wild. You know, that realizing that in this open world game, you know, I can't go everywhere. You know, it is very, very limited on where you can go because of this, and it's not as limited as I thought because I was just really unlucky to what I ran into. But it still puts like this. It really hampers your enjoyment of open world exploration when it's like for seemingly no reason. You know, like fuck you, you just can't go here yet. It's like, okay, well, why is this open world then if I can't skill my way through? And I feel like some people really like those games where your character is getting better instead of you, but then I start to get into this like this weird kind of, it feels really nitpicky almost, but maybe nitpicky isn't the right word. It feels like if your character is getting better, not you, why is there gameplay at all? Why isn't it just all skill checks? You know what I mean? Like, why even have the inputs of like even the light amount of aiming that you do, or even the spell selections that you have? Like, why not just have the character pick that as they're getting better and they know and they understand it more? It's almost like the game should just play itself if it's about the character progress, and that feels like it's going way too far.
It's just the knowledge that you can cheese through the game in a predictable way enough to turn you off.
It can be, but I think cheesing is a choice, and it's only being able to cheese your way through a game is only a mistake on the game designer side if it ceases to be a choice. If this is just like overwhelmingly the easiest and most enjoyable way to play your game, then it's being cheesed because your game's bad. But if you're cheesing your way through a game because you just want the easier route, but there's a more fun but more difficult one, then it becomes a choice, and it's like, okay, well, you could have a more fun time if you did it that way. That's why I like I said in the Tomb Raider video, you know, like if you play these games just running behind cover all the time in the most boring way imaginable, then yeah, I can understand why you had a bad time. But I feel like to a certain extent, the player has to be encouraged to find their own fun in the game. And if you play in games the most boring way possible, then that's sort of, and I do want to emphasize the sort of, that's sort of your fault. And the game designer should do their best to facilitate gamers finding or players rather, don't want to say the G word, players finding the most fun out of their game that suits them. Some people like cheating. If cheating is really fun for some players, why can I not make this jump? If cheating is really fun for some players, then that's great. You know, like they're having a good time. But yeah, it comes back to the idea that you can only play a game wrong if it ends up being a bad experience for you. God damn it. Is there anything about what I said that you would like to hear expanded on, Lobster Persona? Because you're actually here. Usually the person who question I'm answering isn't here. So is there any part of that you'd like to hear more of? Trying to send me a link, but you can't. Discord won't let you. What do you mean? Just DM me.
Action Cater says, I'm sorry, my question also asks about RPGs. I feel like you've been overburdened with the amount of questions on that topic.
It's okay. Hey, we did it. It only took 1,000,000 tries.
Your message could not be delivered because you don't share a server with the recipient, or you disable direct messages on your shared server. Recipient is only accepting direct messages from friends. Are you blocked by the recipient?
Are you not on the Discord? If you're not on the Discord, yeah, it's not going to let you. That's just how it works on Discord, unfortunately. There have been plenty of times where someone has sent me this really long message, Like they've DM'd me, they've joined the server, DM'd me with this really long message, and I haven't had time to answer it yet. And then I finally see it, and I begin to answer it, and I write out this big long response, and then it says recipient does not share a server with you and is not your friend, could not be sent. And I just like fucking just like go off at the screen. So now whenever someone sends me a really long message, I usually send like a little quick message first to make sure that I can still respond to them. And sometimes it has it. Sometimes someone has like sent a really long message and I haven't seen it yet because I'm like in the middle of something, and then they say, "Wow, not even any response at all." You know, like wow, and then they're upset, and then I I send them like my first preliminary, like, "Hey, sorry I didn't see this now," and it says messenger is not on any server with you, and I'm like, "Fuck," they don't get any answer at all. Did Lobster Persona say anything?
No, I didn't see anything.
No? Okay, maybe it was a thorough enough answer then. I hope so.
Oh, I did? What did you say? I missed it. Sorry. If I could scroll up, I could see it.
Did I get the tumor?
Can you scroll up and see if I can find it?
No, I think it's fine. I think it's tough to square the two ideas now. Isn't the player then responsible for keeping his level in check? You can move on. Maybe I'll think of something more fleshed out next time. Yeah, so that's a good response. Yeah, maybe the player is responsible for keeping the level in check. But the thing is that they, if it's something that they're not having a lot of fun with the game, right? That's something that you can change at any moment, pretty much. But keeping your level in check is something that you can make a mistake and you can't reasonably correct it, right? Like, because once you go over level, there's no de-leveling, at least not in most games. So I think that's where it becomes tricky. It's one of those things that you can't fix yourself. Maybe this is time limit based and it's not position based. I thought it was like one I got further in that it started moving down.
Yeah, I had to join the Discord to get the button to DM you. I was kind of wondering why you never DM'd me back that one time. Didn't realize that was how it worked.
Oh, yeah, that would be why. Sorry about that. Kate's hungry.
I think I should try and feed her a bit more.
Oh, she's just talking. Maybe she's fine.
She might sleep if she has a full tummy, right?
I'll say this, I'm well aware of the fact that by exploring to the nth degree I'm going to outlevel stuff, I also find stuff I'm too low for to beat my head against. I just think that I would enjoy these games a lot more if they had combat systems that I could just skill my way through anything as long as I'm good enough. Even if it's difficult, as long as I'm good enough, it's fine. Like the problem with Outer Worlds that I had is that it didn't matter how good I was at dodging. There was no way to completely avoid all damage on those apes, the alien apes, without leveling up to the point to having more options, and like there were some hitbox problems on them too. It's just maybe there should be more things like crosscode. Like crosscode has you can't really beat crosscode without leveling up. At least it was way too tedious for me to do it that way, and I love that game, and that's a challenge mode that I would try to do in most RPGs. What can I get away with? What's the lowest level I can beat all this content at? And you just can't do it. It's too tedious. It just doesn't work that way. The numbers matter too much. However, that would usually be a sign of a game that I'm not going to take to the game that well if the numbers matter that much. But it was okay because it's kept at a reasonable level, and you don't really feel like you can outlevel it easily. In fact, I did most of the side content. I never felt like I had outleveled anything in that game. But the game also has this redundant sentence, sorry. Also has this thing where if you get to a point in the game and you're too low level, the game will tell you you're too low level, and it'll be like, hey, and it also has level recommendations for some areas, but you don't need it to be like, you could still skill your way through it if you wanted to. It's just a bit too tedious, I think. Whereas games like Witcher 3 have that too. There are level suggestions for quests that they tell you, and also level suggestions for areas. But the problem with Witcher 3 is that it doesn't matter because the combat's not fun. Like, there's nothing good about that combat system, so it's almost like it comes back to the idea of cheesing. You just kind of just want to cheese your way through it because it just, like, the combat's just not interesting at all. almost every single enemy in that game is the same, and I feel like a lot of RPGs are like that too. It's not just Witcher 3. A lot of these big open world, they just fill with the same enemy. They just have a different model and skin on them, you know? I can imagine with something like Dragon Age Origins that the general skills would be more utility, e.g. crowd control based, and enemies would scale in a way that unlocks more utility based abilities for them instead of raw power. Yeah, I feel like I'm not prepared to speak about Dragon Age now, and I shouldn't speak about it because it's been so long since I played it that I feel like maybe I've misremembered it. I don't know. I just remember going into rooms a lot and just casting like a blizzard spell to freeze all of the enemies, and then just blasting my way through it. You haven't played Divinity 2 yet? No, I haven't. Fireballs and cone colds are basically how to sleep through Dragon Age Origins. Yeah, I think that's how I did it on the hardest difficulty mode. I think I played through Dragon Age Origins twice when it first came out. Maybe 3 times, actually. I really enjoyed the game for the story and the characters, but I didn't enjoy it for the combat. The combat was just kind of like just a big chore. Unfortunately. I think the most interesting time for RPGs and levels is when you get to a new party member with a specific level, because it gives me a direct comparison between what I thought it was intended and what actually intended level was. Yeah, I like that part. That too is kind of like an indicator, but at the same time, it's like, is it you know, canon? You know, like, is that actually what you should be at, or is it is that character a higher level than always one level higher than you? You almost have to play it twice to see, right? Can we jump off this guy's head? It doesn't look like the kind of guy you should be able to do that on. Maybe if he's not in his attack mode, you can do it. Feel free to move on and take a bit of time. Other people have questions too. I'm satisfied. It's okay. I think you have another question too, right? I'm just waiting for Lily to get back before we move on because she's the question reader. The Final Fantasy Mystic Quest problem. Ooh, bringing up the Final Fantasy Mystical Quest. I've actually done that. I've played that game. I played that game when it first came out, I remember. This is the first result, Sean Murray at GDC 2019. You can find it that way. Okay. While we're waiting for Lily, thank you too. Sorry that we're answering your questions that I've already heard, Lobster Persona, but I just want to make sure everything's okay. Thank you to Action K for 100 bits. Number one, also, you planning on making an FAQ page of some sort so when people stop asking you to play Return of the Obra Dinn? Yeah, and a frequently asked question page might be pretty good. I should probably make a website at some point and have some things on the website and maybe some extras and put the scripts on there too instead of relying on that WordPress blog that I don't update anymore. And then putting an FAQ on there would be pretty good too. I'd also really like the Q&As to be more curated, that people can just have a list of questions that they can control F through on the same page so they can see if anyone has asked their question before, so they're not wasting their question. I don't mind answering the same thing again, but I know that some people might want to, you know, have something new each time. Where's anything down there? The RT button sticks you to the ground so you don't fall. Instead, you grab the ledge. Yeah, I think I did that word here where you fall on the ledge, you press RT, and then you fall, yeah. Most of the time I want to grab on, though. Thank you, Popsicle Daydream, for the 23-month resub. Did you hear the tragic news? It's truly heartbreaking. I will miss him. Strong Terry.
When you're done thanking people, can you take a brief intermission?
Sure, I can go see Finn, sure. Strong Terry. Maybe Strong Terry playthrough on Outer Worlds is done too. I don't know. I think I'm going to reroll and do a gun game. I'm not enjoying it, and I feel like I'm playing it wrong. Anyone know if Anderson said will be streaming Death Stranding? Yeah, we're going to stream it on the day it comes out. On next Friday, we're going to play it. I don't know if we're going to play the whole thing. We probably won't, but we'll play at least a stream of it, and we'll see. Thank you again, Popsicle Daydream, 23 months in Paw Patrol. Thank you, CK Tofu, for gifting 5 subs out to A Little Bit of Knowledge, Lion Shard, Godslayer H, Schwalinator, and Mezzy. Thank you so much, CK Tofu. My list is bugged, so it looks like you gifted a sub to yourself. It's really funny. That's really nice of you. So, welcome to you 5. Welcome to the Dragons Den. Welcome to Paw Patrol. Welcome to the Pickle Pile.
Sorry for that.
Thank you, King of Dunces, for the new sub of Prime. Oh, sorry for the 12-month resub. Not a new sub of Prime. 12 months. Welcome to the 1 year club, King of Dunces. 1 year here to feel good about my intellectual prowess. Stroke. For real though, as a game designer, I respect your content. I'm curious, what game have you critiqued negatively that you most understand other people loving? Probably Darkest Dungeon, I think. Darkest Dungeon. Definitely not No Man's Sky. Maybe Odyssey for... Like, I understand people just want like a fun return to their childhood sort of thing, but you know, I feel like I just really don't get that. Yeah, I think probably Darkest Dungeon is the one I understand the most for having critiqued it so heavily. Let me take a quick gander through my video list and see. Not including stream games, of course. If we're including stream games, probably Silent Hill 2. I understand why people like that. Witcher 3 will probably take it when Witcher 3 video is done. I critiqued that very heavily, and I definitely understand why people like it. Oh no, you guys heard my voice. Maybe Fallout 4. Fallout 4 and Fallout 4 and Darkest Dungeon, Dragon's Dogma, and soon to be Witcher 3. Yeah, those would be the top ones that I've like criticized pretty hard, and I definitely understand why people like them. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that was an interesting question. Thank you, King of Dunces. Hope you like the 1 year shy icon. Thank you very much. Thank you, Wekis on Fire, for the 513 sub with the message GM, which I think means good morning. I'm not sure. Not Breath of the Wild? No, I really enjoyed Breath of the Wild, so I feel like I don't need to like put myself out there to understand why people like it a lot. I really enjoy Breath of the Wild. I think the question is more about what games did I dislike that I criticize. I also dislike them by, and I understand why people do like them. Whereas I really liked Breath of the Wild. Thank you, Wekis on Fire, again for the 5-month sub. Good morning back at you, and congrats on 5 months in the pickle jar, in the cringe cafe. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Actually Cater, for 100 bits. I'm running a Star Wars tabletop RPG. A player got locked in prison for doing something dumb. The group decided we're going to pose as a magician troupe who wants to perform for the prisoners, and they succeeded in convincing the warden. Gonna be fun planning that now. Are there any moments when you're running something in a tabletop RPG and you're like, fine, you can try this, but you gotta roll a fucking 20 to pull it off, and then they roll a 20 and you're just like, oh fuck. You're just head in hands like, oh no, that was like my get out of bullshit free card. Roll a 20 and you can do it, and then they rolled it. No. Thank you, Zev67, for the new summer prime. Welcome to Prime Time, Zev67. Welcome. Thank you very much. Yes, a bunch of people are saying yes. So this is an interesting take you have on wanting skill-based combat in RPGs, considering you apparently liked WoW's combat. That's an assumption, I guess. You might have enjoyed the other aspects of the MMO, but it seems to me MMOs would be the opposite of gameplay you would like. Usually an MMO's level is all that matters and player skill is secondary, excepting PvP and sometimes in raids, although then again comparing MMOs to RPGs is like comparing robots to carriers. That makes perfect sense. I do not like the combat in MMOs. I do not like the combat in World of Warcraft. The only part of the combat that I liked in World of Warcraft was the raids and PvP, and that's at the point where leveling and gear really doesn't matter, or you're at the point where gear is just like a little incremental bonuses. I like the community aspect of World of Warcraft. Like if there was a single player game that had World of Warcraft's combat, I wouldn't play it at all. And even now, when we went back and played Classic, and I was like, I can't deal with it anymore. It's not for me anymore. So even then, yeah. It was definitely the more community side of it that I enjoyed. I'm gonna go and see Finn real quick because he requested me.
He wanted to come in, and I said, "You come to him."
So we'll take a quick break here. Do you want to mute the microphone or?
It doesn't matter. I'm just feeding.
It doesn't matter. Okay, so I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm also gonna use the bathroom, so if you want to do that too, go brush your teeth. And then we'll finally answer Lobster Persona's second question. Sorry about that, Lobster Persona.
Can you get by? Are you have enough room?
I think I have enough room, yeah.
Yep, it's just me and baby Kate. How's everybody doing? Baby Kate. It's a girls stream now, yeah. Just us girls here with you guys. I'm good. No, the baby will maybe smile and maybe try and laugh, but that's pretty much, other than babbling, as much as she does right now. How does baby Kate like Dark Souls? Well, baby Kate is the Dark Souls of babies, so probably quite a bit. Yeah, baby Kate. So baby Kate's eating again. She went a long time without wanting anything, and now she's kind of binging on it. No baby Kate invasion nicknames yet. It's not as easy as a interruption, right? Enjoying my first month off after graduating uni. Congratulations. That's really great. Anything you're looking forward to doing with Kate when she's older? I don't know. Everything, I guess. Everything is kind of unique to each kid, right? So... First name baby, middle name Kate. Well, Finn calls her baby Kate, always. Like, right from the beginning he called her baby Kate. And that's kind of become her name now. I have not read The Name of the Wind, no. I'm handing my first ever job application in a few hours. Got any encouraging words, Lily? I don't know where you're applying. If it's anything retail or restaurant based, you're better off asking if the manager is available so you can make a good first impression. When I worked at the restaurant, and I had a lot of people pass through me and give me their resumes because I was the head hostess, like the almost dining room manager. So they would give it to me, and then the manager would ask me what my impressions were, and it was always a lot smoother if they got to meet the person first and form their own impression. So depending on where you are and how you're applying, always just ask, if they're available, they'll come out and meet you. And if not, then at least you tried, right? Just try and make a good first impression, because that's what they'll remember. What girl names do I like most? Oh, too many to name. Names are probably my biggest hobby. Kate, obviously. Lots of them. I asked you on another stream some tips about being in a relationship with my new girlfriend that is bipolar. It's going very well, and your perspective helped me feel comfortable. Thank you. I'm glad that's going well. That's great. I remember you. I'm glad it's going smoothly. I hope it continues to go smoothly. What's the title of my book? There's two of them, The Hollingsford Murders and The Murder of Jennifer Moss. And they're both on Amazon under Lily with an I, Lili Evans, Evans. There's another Lily Evans with a Y, and she writes, I think, like Harlequin romance novels. And I think she's got a lot up there, actually, but that's not me. At a jeweler, I would try and see whoever's running the place. Whoever's the hiring person, I would try and meet them. So if you go in and there's just whoever's behind the counter, see, because they might come out of the back, right, if they're not in the front. Or they might be helping another customer, and if you can linger and meet them, that always goes a long way. The jobs that I got, and I went through a lot of jobs as I was younger, but I always had a lot of good luck meeting the manager first, making that impression, because then they remember you more. They can put a face to the name when they look over your resume. Christina and Nino are cute. Very cute. Those are nice names too. We didn't like Catherine. We just named her Kate because we like Kate. Kate is a simple, strong name. It goes well with Finn and Leo, I think. And we've kind of gotten into the short and simple kind of naming styles, so we just stuck with it.
We've been rumbled, by the way.
I should name some names. If I start naming names, we'll be here all night.
We've been rumbled, by the way.
We've been rumbled?
The other one's awake now.
Yeah.
Everyone's awake in the house right now.
Well, I don't think he went back to sleep after he fell out of the bed. Ophelia's nice. I like Ophelia. Ophelia's kind of one of those like kind of whimsical vintage kind of names like Viola that you don't hear very often.
I'm not a fan of Ophelia.
I think it's cute. I wouldn't name a
alright.
kid Ophelia, but I like it. I don't know how you pronounce it in French, but it's kind of spelled Ophélie with an IE at the end. I think that's cute too.
I also always think of that song, Ophelia. Is that Florence or is that Tori?
That was Toy.
Tori?
Yeah.
Another negative connotation.
Yeah. Well, you can either go not simple or you can go simple. And we started with Finn. If we had named him like Phineas or, Finnegan or something, right? Then maybe we would have gone more elaborate. But now I kind of feel like we can't go more elaborate. We have to kind of stay with what we've got, right?
Rip Hades.
Yeah, Hades is a little too out there. People are saying Leon and Katie. Actually, anime has ruined things for me because I like the name Ara. And I can't name a girl Ara now because of Ara Ara.
Yeah, I really wanted the name of the girl Ara too.
And anything that could shorten to Ara, like Clara or Lara, I still feel is too Ara. And I love Morgana, and that stupid cat has just like, and we can't really have a Morgana with a Kate anyway. It's a little too far-fetched, but I love Morgana.
Farfetch'd is also a Pokemon.
Is it?
Yeah.
So between those two,
Farfetch'd.
I'm a little limited now on baby names. But I think Ara is a beautiful name. And it's 3 letters like Leo, so it would have been perfect in terms of pattern, right? But I just can't do it because every single time that her name comes up, people are going to be like, oh, after the anime, and it's not. I want it to be her name. I don't want it to be for anything else. I had a friend, Patrick, growing up. I don't think I could have a Patrick kid without thinking of that person. Penelope's cute. My cousin has a Penelope, though. I don't think I could use it. Some of the names I feel like I could use, and other names I feel like I couldn't use.
I really don't think it's a good idea to give your kids names because you think it's cool. It's the kid who has to live with it forever. My mother wants to be named Jebediah. Yeah, but there's no way to predict what they're going to think is cool. That's the problem. So you kind of have to do that. There is a limit, though. You do want to think, like, if it's a really out there name and you think it's cool, then it's like, okay, yeah. But that's where middle names come into. You can give them the name that you really want, and then the middle names can be
with the
can be the back
boys
of it if
we
they don't
gave
like it.
them slightly unusual first names but very common middle names, so like very classic, so they could always go by a middle name if they need to. Kate, we gave us more classic first name, and her middle names are a little bit more unusual, so we kind of balanced it out a little bit. I think that was important to me to have that kind of balance, so that if Finn doesn't like his name, for example, then you have a backup. Charlotte is a pretty name. Charlotte's very very popular right now, which means a lot of people like it, especially in the UK and stuff. Very popular, Charlotte.
Is it one of the princesses, Charlotte?
Mm-hmm. William and Middleton's. I have a Charlotte. Kate Middleton. 2 names is okay, or would 1 name be fine? Well, it depends. Most people have a first name, a middle name, and a last name. Some people have 2 middle names. And some people, I knew one girl who I think had 4 middle names. It was just like, I used to joke she was an only child, so they just got it all out of their system in one shot, like all the names that they were going to use. I prefer to use 2 middle names because I love names, right? So I want to get as many in there as I can without making them royalty, right? So the royals tend to have a lot of names. But there's also a difference between me liking a name and being able to use it on a child. That's the other thing. You might love 10 names, but none of them might be what you would want to name your kid. Yeah, she had, I don't even remember, 5 names. Like, like female names plus her mother's maiden name and her last name that was her father's name. So yeah, she had a lot of names. Yeah, my name never fits into the boxes from the government. It's the problem when you get into the longer names. And if you're going to go by the longer name, then I think that's fine. But if you're just going to go by a short form, then that's how we felt about the kids. If you're just going to go by a short form, then you might as well just call them that within reason, right? Like, I think Finn, Leo, and Kate all pass as actual names without needing to be, you know, Finnegan. Oh, really?
Whoa.
Leonardo and Catherine, you know? Really?
That one sounded a little wet, kid.
Yeah, she's okay. Oh. She only had 2 ounces that time. She burped more than last time. You okay? How do I feel about names with Junior? I feel like it's a waste of a name. Because they could have had their own name and the parents could have used a unique name instead of having it as a Junior. Leopold is kind of cool. I do like Leopold. Joe liked Leonidas, but we had Finn, so it's like Finn and Leonidas, you know, like it's the Morgana issue all over again, the Hades issue all over again. So yeah, she's just Kate, and I like that she's just Kate. She's not Catherine or Kathleen or Katie or anything. She's just Kate. Or baby Kate, if you ask Finn. If you like the Junior thing, go for it. Like, that's... The idea of wanting to honor a parent and everything is fine. It's or even another relative. Like, if you have a tradition of that you're like the third one, right? You might want to keep going. It's kind of become a family tradition, right? But just... names are my thing, you know, like if I could just keep naming kids, then like I said, you have more names than you'll ever have kids, right? And you have more names than are suitable in a way. Like you might love the name Sophia, for example, but you might not see yourself with a Sophia, so you're not going to use it. So there's so many names like that I love, and I just feel like if I had named her Lily Jr., then I would have missed out on using the name that I like, you know, and giving her her own name.
Can you...
I don't see why not. You couldn't have Lily Jr., right?
I thought the Junior thing was only for men and their sons.
Well, what would it be for a female?
I don't know. Like I think you just give them the name. I thought that was just like a...
I don't know.
Like I'm not saying it's right that it's like that. I just thought that's what
the way the rules
was.
are now. I don't think it even matters.
Yeah,
you know,
that's true.
If you wanted to have a Junior, you could have a Junior, a female Junior. Most of the time, you'll have like... it would be like Kate Lily or whatever, or like Kate Lillian or Liliana or, you know, whatever, right? Like they'll put their name in the middle and give them like an honor middle name most of the time, instead of it being Lily Jr. or Lily the Second or whatever. Or you'll call her Violet or Daisy or some other floral, you know, as an you know, honor.
You can name my kid. Don't say that. She'll do it.
You message me when it's time, okay? And I will give you by stylistic choice what kind of name you want, okay? I have a blast with that. The other thing is having names that you agree on with your partner, right? So that's the whole other thing too. You might have like 10 names that you love, but maybe only 1 or 2 of them you both agree on, right? And vice versa. So there's a lot of things to consider when you're actually naming a person. Like when they want to name your kid Hades.
Great name. Great name. Great name. Alright, so let's get back to the questions, but first I just want to say that I'm not really feeling this game. I'm sorry. I feel like it's too limited, and I feel like it's almost kind of clunky platforming almost. Like it controls fine, but there's just so many times where I'm just kind of like, I feel like there's not enough options. I don't know. I really like Meat Boy. I really like Celeste, but there's just something about this. I'm just really not feeling it all that much.
No, you're done.
Oh, we're dead.
Are you finally full? Could it be? No, it's a Q&A, so we do them late on Friday night. The other streams are during the day.
Change the game. This is fine for now. It's not taking up too much of my attention. I just want to say that, you know, I've been playing this for about 2 hours now, maybe a little longer than that. I'm just really not feeling all that much. Like, it's okay. It's just okay, you know.
Oh, you're sleeping? Okay, let's try. So good night, everybody. Maybe I'm going to sleep now, or maybe I'll be back.
Oh, okay. So okay. I'll say thank you to a bunch more people, and then we'll finally get back to Lobster Persona's question.
Kind of just half yawned. So.
The hype for the Lobster Persona question, man. The hype is real. Not since Death Stranding. Please help me. The compound I escape from sending. Every time I try to save you, it confuse me.
See, she had like 10 ounces. We'll see if that's it or not. Giant baby.
Are we stuck? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Leave area, I'm guessing? Can I kill myself? Leave area. Alright, there we go. Alright, we did it. Alright. We did it. We did it. We did it. Anyway, thank you to Pastramicity for the new Cyber Prime. Sorry, that was right before I left to go see Finn. Thank you, Pastramicity. Hopefully you're still here. Welcome to Prime Time. Thank you for your new sub. Welcome to the pickle pile. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry that took us so long to say thank you for that. I try to keep on top of it, but sometimes things happen. Anyway, so here we go. Drum roll, everybody. Here we go. The long-awaited second question from Lobster Persona.
Would you hesitate to start something as big as the Mass Effect project now that you have a better understanding of what it might involve thanks to that other project you're working on? Also, hashtag Shepherd or 2025. Does that mean anything to you? I don't get it, but maybe it means something to you. It's there, so really enjoy your streams and YouTube content. Keep it up.
Okay, so let's talk about the Witcher project. Not about the content of it, but actually making itself. So I tried to have smaller videos that I was making at the same time while I was doing the huge long project, and that was a huge mistake. There was at first it was going all right, you know. I ended up playing a lot of games for a lot of footage, and there's a lot of scripts that are written that need to become videos. Some of them are even recorded, you know. Some of them even the video process was underway, and I was trying to balance short videos with longer videos while also working on the big project, and that just didn't work out. So that is something I am never ever going to try again. I'm limiting myself to just one project at a time now. I'm just never ever going to try doing that ever again. It's just not worth it. It doesn't work, and it ends up driving me crazy. So that's a big lesson I'm learning from this one now. But as it for getting starting a big project of this size, I would be willing to do it, but again, only if that's all I do, and I just focus on just that. But it would have to be done at a lower work rate, and it would have to be like the year of this video, you know what I mean? Like, so this year's content is I'm doing every single Mass Effect game, I'm reading all the Mass Effect books, you know, I'm gonna give a long detailed analysis of all of them, that sort of thing. So that's what it would have to be. It would have to be like no more trying to balance the content, but also everyone understands that it's either the long projects or the short projects, and there's no in between, you know. That's how I feel like I would go into those projects, but I really don't know if it's worth it. Like, I have a lot of anxiety about it right now of like, is this going to go up and no one's going to care? Is it no one going to care because The Witcher isn't as big of a series as I thought it was, you know? Is no one going to care because it's gone on for too long and people were waiting for it for too long? You know what I mean? Like, was it even worth it to read the books? Was it even worth it to play Witcher 1 and 2 and make these really long detailed like God of War like size videos on Witcher 1 and 2 when the only games that people really care about are Witcher 3, you know? I don't know yet. We're gonna have to see. But so that's a lesson I might be learning from the project from that. But yeah, I have struggled very much with this one, way more than anything else. And it's not in the way that I struggled with No Man's Sky and Darkest Dungeon. Those are like the problem there was, you know, the games themselves. The games have gotten some parts, especially Witcher 3, where it's just been a complete slog to replay it again. But that's only because I'm playing it again for footage and for experimenting on how the games work and how they're put together, you know, what choices are important, which ones aren't. They're very difficult games to make videos on, whereas something that's a bit more straightforward, but it also would end up being a long video. I don't know how that would go. I think I would like more of a balance if I am going to do a long video like that again. I think I would like to have some shorter videos in between before going into the big long project, that sort of thing. But yeah, I don't know. I'm still in the middle of it, right? So it's really hard to say. Sorry, I just cracked my knuckles there. What will you do if it fails your expectations? It won't be the end of the world if it doesn't reach expectations, because the channel didn't die during this period. I used to be really worried about a big long video like this might kill the channel because it's just too long without content. It turns out that my audience is a lot more patient than I thought. So it's okay, you know, like it feels like a lot of especially the people on Patreon, the vast majority of people on Patreon want this longer content, and they understand that it takes so long. There have been quite a few people that are angry and they've you know left during this stage, but you know, it's understandable that not everyone is going to be for it. What was most troubling though, and this happened in the God of War video too, were the people that would message me and be like, you know, hey, don't work yourself too hard, take as much time as you need, you know, like they would message me on Patreon, you know, and they would be like, yeah, don't worry, take your time, as much time as you need, blah blah blah, you know, it's fine, we'll always be here to support you. And then like the next day it would say this person has canceled their pledge, you know, and it would be just kind of like, what, you know. And like sometimes it might be okay, their financial situation changed all of a sudden, but it happened a little too often for me before I started being like, huh, what's going on here, you know, like I'm getting mixed messages here, like what's happening. So yeah, I don't know. Have you tried polling your audience on one versus multiple videos? I haven't. I think most people would prefer to have multiple videos. That still might happen. I really doubt that it's gonna be able to go up as one video for like the bitrate. It's not going to look as good as I want it to, especially if it's going up at 1440p, which all the footage has been recorded at that, so it should. So I think I think people would prefer the multiple videos, and if it can go up in multiple videos, I have a decision to make. Like obviously the Witcher 1 part and the Witcher 2 part are going to be done way before the Witcher 3 part. So should there be like, should they go up as soon as they're ready, or should they go up as when all of them are ready and there's like just a 1 week gap between them all, or what? Like, I don't know. I think some people would prefer it when they're all ready, but I also would really like to have this just, you know, this giant bomb of content that comes out and it's like, boom, here you go, you know, within a very small space. Here's 25 hours of content. It's not 25 hours long though, I'm just exaggerating for the point. I'm completely stuck on the screen. I don't understand how I'm supposed to do this. I think that in terms of the project of this size, when it comes to how I've structured the video and structured my time with the games, I've done it really well. I have extensive notes. Something I haven't said yet is that Witcher 1, 2, and 3 are not the only games that I played for this video. I've played 5 others. Now, I didn't finish all those games, although I did finish some of them. And like I took notes on them in relation to those games too, to the Witcher games as well. So like I'm not doing videos on those, but I do mention them quite a bit, and to draw some comparisons and everything. So yeah, it's been a big project that I think I've compartmentalized quite well in my head, you know, like and with my notes. But as you can tell from what I've said on stream recently and everything, I've completely lost the ability to think about much of anything else. I haven't read any another book really since I finished the Witcher books. I don't think it's a good idea for me to do that. There have been times where I've been thinking about the games and I've just forgotten people's names in the books and in the games, because there's just so much content that's in my head and I've had to refer to my notes. But that's what the notes are for, right? They're for that, so you don't have to worry about remembering every single thing. Like in Hearts of Stone, like I couldn't remember Olgierd's wife's name for like the other day. I was like, what the hell was her name, you know? Actually, I can't think of it right now. Iris, there we go. Thank you. I couldn't think of her name. You know what I mean? Like when I was playing Blood and Wine again, I forgot what Sienna's name was until I got back. I was like, oh yeah, that's her name. You know what I mean? But I can remember a lot more about it. But like those little specifics were getting lost to me as time went on. You know? So yeah, I'm happy that I took so many notes. The other thing that I had to do for a project this big was what I've never had to do for a big mainline video before. The only other video I've ever done this before was Fallout 76, which is that I had to comb through every hour of my footage and clip out every single thing that I made a note about, and so I had it available because there was just so much of it. So when I usually make a video on a game, even if it's a 3-hour video like God of War, I just remember where the footage is, and I very rarely, if ever, have to go digging, you know? It depends on the project though. Like sometimes I had to, like I can't remember where that is, or I've misremembered where it is and I have to go digging through all my footage to get it. I'm getting really mad at the screen. I don't understand what I'm supposed to be doing. I don't get it. Like is there some like secret jump thing that I'm missing here or something? I don't understand how I'm supposed to do this. Like the guy comes down and he moves while I'm in the middle of the jump. Am I supposed to like bait out the jump and then jump over him? But how do I get the tumor? I don't understand. Maybe I come back on the screen and get the tumor and then come back in. Anyway, whatever. So usually I just remember, and I just rarely have to go digging through all my footage for something. But in the case of this game, there was just so much of it that I had to go through all my footage and just clip out everything that I wanted to reference. So this has helped quite a bit for me to be able to collect a lot of examples to use in the videos, you know, because usually there's some things that I forget to make notes of, or I don't take as extensive notes. But in the case of Witcher 3, I took notes on pretty much everything. But there's probably things that I didn't take notes on in the past that have ended up like points that are lost, you know, like, so it was pretty good. Like I feel like I handled it well. But it's still been a nightmare to really process and put together. And it's not done yet, so yeah. It's also a video that hasn't been... So usually what happens with the videos is it follows a 4 or 5 stage process, which is that I play the games, I think about the games, you know, those are usually linked together. I play the games, think about the games, I write about the games, or the game, sorry. Then I record that, like edit all the script and everything. So playing and thinking, then scripting, then recording, then video assembly. Okay, and scripting includes editing and rewrites. Recording includes audio editing and re-recording. You know, like and then the video assembly includes assembling the first draft of the video and then editing that video as well, adding some visual effects, adding some text on screen when I think there should be text on screen, snipping some parts out that didn't come out in the video as I I think they should have, maybe going back and re-recording a line that didn't come out as well with the video examples that I thought would be good to have, and that sort of thing. So it's like a 4-stage major process, whereas in this one, usually I do them in order. Where in this game, that has not been the case with this series. It's been, I played all the games and all the games I want to do, but then the script and the recording sessions and everything has been so long that it's been, I've done some scripting, then some recording, and some video editing. And it's been like a multi-stage process where I'm moving between all the different ones because okay, how can I say this without inflating the numbers? Let's just say for the sake of numbers to discuss it, that there are 30 hours of recording to do for recording the script. 30 hours of recording. That does not mean that the video is 30 hours long because I take bad takes. Like I will mess up a recording. There will be like empty space while I prepare myself. I take like a quick 5-minute breather until I'm back at it to record the next part of it. You know what I mean? Like I need to take a minute. I need to step out of the room because it's getting too hot because I need to close the door and I come back in. So there's that sort of thing. So like there's all these like usually it's about like two to 3 times longer the raw footage than when it's edited down to. So that sort of thing. Well, that's way too long to do in one night. It's way too long to do in 2 nights. It's way too long to do over like a week of nights. So what happens is that I limit the audio recording, then I do a little bit of audio editing until I can record at night and do a little bit more. And then because I usually run out of audio work to do before the next recording, it's like, okay, well, let's start putting this to video. Let's start getting those clips sorted out. But there was also that extra stage of combing through all of the footage to clip out all the examples to match the notes, which is something I did not account for, and that's one of the main reasons why. The main reason being that the video is so much longer than I thought it was going to be, but another reason why the video is taking so much longer than I thought was because I didn't account for that process. I didn't account for the fact that I would have to play a few other games, and I didn't account for the fact that I would have this other huge step of the process where I'd have to like clip out all the things to match my notes. But overall, I think I've handled it quite well, and I'm happy with how it's coming along. But I'm not happy with how long it's taking. But it takes how long it takes. You know what I mean? Like, but I don't know if I'll ever do a project like this ever again. If I do, I think maybe it'll be on a smaller series or something, or I will tackle the games one at a time instead of all at once. Like I played a little bit of Deus Ex for this video. I went back and I played that again, and I think that I would like to do a video series on all the Deus Ex games at one point, but there's no way I'm playing them all at once together and then making a big long video. It'll be like, I played Deus Ex, here's the video. I played Human Revolution, here's the video. I pretend that Invisible War doesn't exist, here's no video. That sort of thing. So yeah, and that's all I can say. Thank you, Lobster Persona. What's Liz's opinion on The Witcher as a game or as a project?
Someone else asked above what was harder, writing a book or this project, and they kind of go together because I think this project is a lot harder than writing a book. And you have like series and everything, so your writing perspective and my writing perspective are a little bit different. But looking at this in terms of a project and looking in terms of novels that sometimes took me more than a year to write, because I'm a slower writer than Joe is. I take more time to write and to edit and rewrite. Yeah, this is like a monster. So I've been watching and I've seen him play a lot of it and stuff, and he's spoken about it and bounced ideas off of me and told me names and I remember them, and like Iris. But yeah, to me, it's a huge project. It's like there's so many layers to it that is just holding it all in your head all this time is just really takes a toll on you mentally. Not just doing the work, but how you're going to do it, how you're going to convey it, all the steps of the process, then all the other games involved, and it's just a huge project.
This is harder than any book I've ever written.
That's what I would think.
Yeah, for sure.
You never looked this engrossed in it or this stressed out by it, this like pressed by it when you were working on any of the other books. And even when we were putting them out pretty quickly and there was demand, it's in a league of its own.
How long is this video in the making? It's been over a year. I think I've been working on it. Okay, so I've been working on it only this for 4 or 5 months. Only this. I've been working on it for over 2 years, but like sometimes that would only be, you know, a little bit of my time. Sometimes it would be like 50% of my time, and over the amount of time I spent with it, it's gotten more and more and more until recently, like 4 or 5 months ago, maybe 5 or 6 months ago, I can't remember. It's been only this, but before that it was about a 50-50 split. So yeah, it's been a long time of playing these games, thinking about these games, writing about these games. Yeah. But yeah, it's been over 2 years in general, but just this, you know, it was until like you can go back and find the YouTube post I made about how okay, we're gonna be there's gonna be a video on Sekiro, you know, like back then I was still working on multiple projects, and yeah.
It's been about what, 6 months of just straight, because it was before Kate was born. Because I remember you took time off, like a week, when she was born, and then you went back into it. She's almost 5 months old, so it's been more than 4 or 5 months.
I can't remember when I made that post. Like maybe back then on the post, I thought I was able to go back to Sekiro, and then I couldn't or something, because I played Sekiro when it first came out. I don't know. Sorry, I can't really. I've lost track of time a lot when it comes to these sort of things. It's hard to keep in my head. But yeah, too much time. Too much time. Hope it's worth it. Hope it's worth it. Got some good gags in the video if anyone likes the gags that I do. If you like my humor, there's some decent Joe jokes. But pretty low frequency compared to how, you know, some other videos, considering the video's so long, but some of the jokes are pretty good. Got some good wordplay too in some parts. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Son Carl C, for the 21 3 sub. Thank you very much. 20 months in Pelt Patrol in the pickle pile. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Should we take the next question from Twitch?
Yeah.
Oh, this one's easy. Okay.
Nate says, I'm not a nerd, so I won't send wall of text.
Oh, nerds called out.
Have you played Slime Rancher? Or I should read it properly. 1, have you played Slime Rancher? 2, did you like it? Because I think the 1 and 2 adds to it.
1, I have not played it. 2, I can't say because I haven't played it. Thank you for the easy questions, Nate. I have not played Slime Rancher. I'd like to play it though. Given my opinions on like Stardew and stuff, do people in chat think I would enjoy that or no? But I would like to try it. Thank you for not being a nerd, Nate.
It's a good chill game.
Good chill game. I think Ian McCoville worked on that game, who was the artist that did Mac Hal and 3 Panel Soul. And I think that's the game he worked on. And he watches my videos, and that was like one of the coolest things, because I used to read that webcomic like religiously when I was a kid, you know? That was one of my early webcomic heroes, and it was like, hey, I watch your videos. I was like, what the fuck? I played it real cool. I was like, oh, cool, man, thanks, you know, like this is interesting to me, because, you know, I used to, you know, like Mac Hal was a big thing. It's like, yeah, I played. I think that's the game he worked on. I think him and Day 9 have been the biggest like cool moments of you know, oh shit, and Total Biscuit obviously. I was like, yeah, that was cool. Anyway, yeah, next person on Twitch.
Is it Nuck?
I think it's Nuck, yeah.
Nuck. What is the oldest PC game you've played? Probably pre-2000s.
Oh,
Would you
man.
recommend it in modern day?
Okay, so I have a question that's going to reveal that I'm not as PC savvy as most people think, I guess. Does the Atari ST count as a PC. Like, it was more of a computer, like it had a keyboard, it had programs you could run. Because if that counts as a PC, like an early PC, then I'm gonna go with one of those. But if you're talking like a Windows machine, then all right, then I'm gonna have to think of a different answer. But like if those count, then I would say game like there was like the original SimCity. There was a game called Gods that I really liked. There was a game called Captive that I really liked. Captive was really cool. Captive was like a dungeon master game, you know. And no, the PC is the IBM PC. Shame on you. I thought you were a real gamer girl. Computer wins. Well, I'm talking in the context of the person's question. You know, like I don't know. Like, is the Atari ST more of a console than it is technically a PC? Like, I don't know. I don't know what the proper terminology is. You know. Oh no. I don't know. Yeah, but there was a game called Captive that I've spoken on stream a bunch of times before. I really like that game. That game it had procedurally generated levels, I think. Or no, it didn't have procedurally generated levels. It had seeded levels. But you did them in a specific order, I think. Especially the first like 9 or so. You would do levels like that, and they were like the old Dungeon Master game from that perspective, like a first-person perspective of a party that you're going through, but it was sci-fi. It was really cool. I really liked that game. I never finished it though. Like, well, you can't finish it because it just goes on forever with these seeded levels that ended up being like mazes with passwords and pass-coded doors and stuff. It was really cool. I didn't learn that it was like seeded like that for a long time afterwards, but yeah. But yeah, I would say that's the biggest one I would recommend. I still think if you could get DOSBox working, that it would hold up. But the DOSBox version might be a little slow. But I played it again recently just to see how it was, and I was still like, oh yeah, this is close to how I remembered it. It's a bit laggy, but you know that's the flaw of DOSBox, right? If we're talking about other games that are maybe just a little like on Windows, like a little later on, let's see. Because I need to jog my memory. Classic PC games, and I can tell you which ones. Like, how old is Magic Carpet? System Shock 2 is 1999. Planescape Torment is 1999. Half-Life 1998. See, in my head, these are early 2000s, not end of the 90s. So like, I'm out of it. Like,
they blur together those years.
Yeah, it's like it's just all in there. But Magic Carpet still holds up if you can get past the graphics. You know, it takes a little while to adjust to them, but it's still like you can still adjust to them. It just takes a little bit. But Magic Carpet's really great. Like Dungeon Keeper is 1997, so that's the oldest one so far. What about the original Doom? The original Doom I didn't play on PC. I played it on Super Nintendo. That's 1993. What about Turken? Turken is like Turken's 1990. Like Turken's pretty good, I think. I think Turken would still hold up. It's a side-scroller shooter Mega Man-y kind of game. That one probably still holds up. There was Super Turrican too? Damn, I didn't play Super Turrican. Do you guys remember James Pond? When did James Pond come out? I don't know if that held up. 1990 as well. Oh, James Pond. What about Dizzy Treasure Island? Dizzy Treasure Island. 1987. Oh, man. All right. That's the oldest one so far. I don't know if that holds up still, but yeah. Dizzy Treasure Island. Yeah. Sen's version of Doom was 1995, was it? It was 2 years later. What about Duke Nukem? I played Duke Nukem on the Super Nintendo too, which I'm surprised it came out on Super Nintendo. 1996. What about Total Annihilation? That's probably 1998. 1998, I'm gonna guess. 1997. Total Annihilation is fucking great. That still holds up for sure. What about the original Command and Conquer? Command and Conquer 1. 1995. All right. Red Alert 2 is the best Command and Conquer IMO. Easily the best. Highly recommend Command and Conquer Red Alert 2. Has some of the most creative units in any RTS game. Yeah. Red Alert 2 is the best one. Command and Conquer 1 does not hold up. Yeah, I don't think it would. No. But I think Red Alert 2 would. When did Giant Citizen Kabuto come out? We talked about that earlier. I'm gonna guess it's like 2003. Wow, 2000. I'm so wrong. I'm so wrong. Sacrifice is 2000. Sacrifice was really good. That was a weird game, but I really liked that quite a bit. There was a second Giant Citizen Kabuto. No, it's not. It just comes up. Classic PC games. Let's see if we can find some more. Yeah, the Super Nintendo version of Doom was made by a small team who ported it secretly as a side project to avoid the rush aspects of other ports, then presented it to id and Nintendo when they were done, hence why, whatever other flaws it has, it's more faithful to the PC version than most other ports. I remember enjoying it, but I remember being scared by it when I was a kid, which is kind of weird to admit now and realize now, but I remember playing Doom and feeling like, oh, this is a grown-up game and I'm too young for this. Oh, man. I was scared by it. Oh, go away, Games Radar, autoplay bullshit.
Didn't want to interrupt. Thank you for buying my book. Let me know what you think, okay?
Who's this?
I think it was Runa Gamer. Before. Quite a ways before. You were doing your research and I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, yeah, so. it's Runa Gamer.
Thank you.
Oh, Oddworld Abe's Odyssey. I didn't play that on PC. I played that on PlayStation 1, but that was pretty good. When did that come out? 1997. Really? Oh, man. Fuck, I'm old. Oh, here's one I should admit while we're talking about old games. I have never played the original Quake for more than a couple minutes. Whoops. Played System Shock 2 for the first time recently. Haven't played Thief. Deus Ex 2000. Yeah. Wow, it was only 4 years between Deus Ex and Half-Life 2. That's so weird to me. Think of the jump between Deus Ex and Half-Life 2. Like, what happens now in 4 years? Best PC games of the 80s. Let's see if there's any here. Wasteland was 1988? Holy crap. Oh, Populous. No, I didn't play Populous. What about Spy vs. Spy? Does Spy vs. Spy count? That's not going to hold up though, but it's kind of cute. What about the original Prince of Persia? That might still hold up actually. Prince of Persia original. That one might be one of the few ones that holds up. That's 1989. That one might still be good. Really hard though. Man, I've played more games than I remember. That's weird to realize. I wonder how many games I've played. I wonder if it's over 300. I'd be surprised if it was over 300, but maybe it is. Dragon's Lair. Oh, man. Huh. Okay, I think that's all I can say.
Did you see the game Snakebird?
Snakebird? The new one that came out? I've seen someone play it, but I haven't played Snakebird now.
Second question?
Sure.
What genre do you like the most? What genre you IG like the most? What's IG mean? Or is it more or less I like X, Y, Z, as you would say, but like all of them equally, can't pick a fave?
What genre you IG like the most? I don't know what that means, sorry. In general? Oh, in general. Okay. What genre you in general like the most? Or is it more or less I like XYZ, but all of them equally, can't pick a fave? I don't tend to think of things in terms of genre, apart from like the gameplay hook of them. So I would like this is a platformer to me, like that sort of thing. Like RPG is kind of a dead term. We've discussed that before. Like visual novel would be, I don't know if visual novel would be a genre or it would just be like a presentation style. I don't know. I guess it would be a genre. Genres are kind of stupid and limiting sometimes, and it's hard to tell. You know, it's hard to tell like what fits and what's appropriate, right? And I feel like people take genres way too seriously, and you get things like that where I say, like, I don't really feel like this is a horror game because it didn't really effectively be a horror game for me, and people take like umbrage to that big time, and it's like, well, if a game that didn't scare you, like if Uncharted 2 was listed as a horror game because it has some supernatural horrific elements toward the end, like, and it didn't scare you at all because it's clearly more of an action game, wouldn't you be kind of like, oh well, this doesn't really feel like an action game to me, like that sort of thing. So I feel like genres are definitely subjective. That's okay because everything's subjective, right? No, but more than I think most people realize, or the more than we have collectively agreed on, let's say, genres are definitely subjective. But I enjoy platformers a lot, like these kinds of games, although this one in particular I'm not really all that fond of at the moment. But platformers are something I find very comfortable to just kind of ease into. RPGs I feel like are dead, and I don't really know what like RPG really means anymore. Like I would probably say the RPG is dead, long live the RPG, because so many games are RPGs, and it's like if you're talking about how many there are, like the RPG is like ruling right now, but like I don't even know what that term really means anymore. Like I have some ideas for it, we've discussed them before around here, but my ideal description for an RPG would be that it is something that allows you to play a role in terms of gameplay and somewhat story as well. Like it's not like, oh man, like RPG used to just mean story, like it has a story or it has some dialogue options or whatever, or if it has like hit points or mana, and that was it. That's what RPG meant. Whereas I think now you have to have some sort of either like a gameplay kind of, like I'm making a build, and my build isn't just like what I find fun. My build is I'm a big guy with a big sword and I like to hit things in heavy armor, and that's the kind of like slow kind of guy that I want to be. Or I want to be like the quick dual wieldy dagger kind of guy, and I'm going to have gameplay that reflects the quick dual wieldy dagger kind of guy kind of thing. But then in the decisions and the story kind of thing, it's like how you express yourself with this character. So you're asking yourself, what would this character do in the situation that I have made myself, rather than what would Nathan Drake do in this situation, because otherwise role is like every game you play a role, so that's where RPGs are dead. I'm not really that big of a fan of first person shooters much anymore. I feel I find them quite boring, but like games like Doom really interest me still, like the new Doom and Doom Eternal. That's like pretty high on my list at the moment. Metroidvanias are something I really enjoy more and more lately, and I'm really looking forward to Silk Song and Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Ori 2. So I'm really looking forward to that. And but that also links into like my affinity for platformers like this game. This game kind of feels a little bit like a Metroid-y kind of game at the same time, so I don't know what that's all about, but I don't know. I would say in terms of first-person games, I really enjoy the immersive sim genre, even though I kind of feel like it's a dumb name. So that's a big one for me. I would like to see more immersive sims being made, and I will pretty much try any game that is an immersive sim and see if I take to it. So that's a big one for me. And then there's like genre combinations that I wish were done more. I wish there were more games like Recettear. I wish there were more games that were like ActRaiser, like that tried to mix genres, and I really enjoy it when games do that. And then there are like niche genres. I really like the management games that are like Dungeon Keeper, so I like to see more games like that too. But I tend not to really think of things in terms of genre unless I'm discussing games, and it's easier to discuss something when keeping the genre in mind. Genres are just a tool to describe something, I think. Is there one you guys think I'm missing? Not really into open world games all that much. Spoke about RPGs, horror games a little bit. Visual novels I like, but I don't even think I would call those games. They're still worth time, but like yeah, not really games. Not really into sports genre now. Racing, not really into racing either. Genre is just a categorization to present the game, movie, whatever to the audience. Yeah, that's how I treat it too. Yeah, I think people take them way too seriously sometimes. Damn, Joe got me so excited about Relo 2. Do you remembering it? Yeah, Relo 2 is so good, man. Relo 2 is so great. Yeah, I think that's all I can say. I feel like there's one other thing though, but no, I think that's it. I think the main reason people get pissed off with the horror video is because you use only one kind, the kind that you get chased and fight monsters, as the only example of the whole genre. I don't think so. I don't think that's the only example I used. And I also said, you know, that there's atmosphere and stuff, you know, like that still works on me. I'm not sure that's fair for that video. And if it was fair, I don't think that's the main reason people get pissed off at the video either. I think the main reason people got pissed off at the video is that they didn't understand it. Because they thought I was saying something that I wasn't saying, unfortunately. You still need to complete Rain World, you poo-poo? Yeah, I should go back and do that. You like Reciteer? Have you tried Moonlighter? Yeah, I didn't like Moonlighter. I didn't like it. Didn't like it at all. Not a good game, sorry. Really shallow shop mechanics and really shallow combat and like not a good roguelike. Sorry. Really pretty though. Okay, this tumor is really finicky to get. Maybe I need to like lure the bird to the other side and then drop on him or something, but this is pretty frustrating. What games are you currently reviewing? I'm currently doing a big video on all of the Witcher games and the Witcher books. That's currently what's going on. Thank you, Haltfire302, for the 8-month resub. Sorry that we didn't see it till now. Thank you very much, Haltfire. 8 months in the Waifu Wagon, or the Lizard Lounge, or the Dragon's Den, whichever one you want.
Office.
Thank you for buying another ticket to the subway train. All aboard, full stream ahead. Choo choo.
Take your pick.
Take your pick, yeah. If Dark Souls is a genre, then Souls-like are probably my overall favorite right now, Nuck. To have a last point for your question. That's probably my favorite. But I like to see more games that go in the direction of Nioh and Sekiro rather than Code Vein. Although Code Vein did have a lot going for it. Let's go one more on Twitch, and then we might have to stop. But maybe we can push like one more on Patreon or something. Did you ever see that stream? The original System Shock 1 devs did a System Shock 1? No, I didn't. I System Shock 1 is one I haven't played because it's just too difficult to get into. It's too ancient in its interface, to put it politely. Even for me, the oldest man. Oh, well, don't I feel stupid right now? Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Hey, Ratchet. See you next Friday. Okay, how do you say this person's name? Because I never know.
Shivabra?
Shivabra?
Like abracadabra? Shivabra?
Maybe.
Shivbra?
I see it all the time, I just don't know
Shivabra?
how to say it. Shivabra.
Call him Bra.
Hey, brah.
Hey, Bra. How's it going, Bra?
Hi, I'm the weeb from Cringe Planet. Love you.
What? Okay.
What do you think about leveling difficulty scaling in video games?
Oh man, we just talked about this. Okay, so I think that it's overall it can be it's just like with anything, it's just about how it's used, you know? Like shit. Are you here, brah? Brah, are you here? Oh man. Okay, so like with anything, it's all about how it's used, right? So I think that in most games, it's going to be a fairly big flaw that you are going to either not know if you're over leveling or you're under leveling, and you either have to have like you have to like break the fourth wall and communicate to the player that hey, you have to be this level for this area. or you expect your players to actually go outside of the game for more knowledge. I think Fallout 3 expected you to do that, right? Because it had like different parts of the map were tuned for different levels, and you needed to just find that out, or you can just run around and find out yourself, I guess. Or the other option is that you allow leveling, but you have leveling scaling, so the world levels with you. But if the world levels with you, then what's the fucking point, right? Why don't you just have it just be the set thing at the beginning, and that's the end of it? So I only like it if it's the levels give you more options, or if numbers are tuned tightly enough that you just have your health increases and your strength increases and your damage increases aren't to the point that they just break the fucking game. So I think that Breath of the Wild, for all of its problems with how it handles damage calculations and armor and the like, that it does a really good job when it comes to rewarding you with stamina and health upgrades. That those feel much better, and they really encourage exploration at the same time too. So I like that. But when it comes to like damage calculations, it's a fucking train wreck. So that's how I feel about that in that kind of game. So it can be done well. It's just kind of, what? Did it bug? Sorry. I would prefer that you can still skill your way through anything, and then some people might think, well, then it's not an RPG, and we get into these like big disagreements about what games should be. And again, what we spoke about earlier, like, should it be your character is getting better, or is it you're getting better? And I find it very, very hard to think about a system, or even to find a game that does it both at the same time in an effective way, that one doesn't completely overrule the other. I think that Dark Souls does it quite well, but at the same time, even, having, my beloved Dark Souls, I kind of feel like player skill really overshadows the RPG side of Dark Souls when you get good at it. But then you think, okay, well, does it matter if it's like when you get good at it? Does it matter anymore? Maybe it's like, okay, well, that's only on your later playthroughs, and for your first time through, that's the only one that matters. Maybe, I don't know. Those games are highly replayable, so it's hard to know for sure. I think that I'm probably too hard on RPG systems, and that it should probably be something that I'm a little more lenient about, but I find it really hard to enjoy them. So I get really annoyed as I'm trying to like chart my way through whether or not I'm leveling too much or not enough and everything in these types of games. So that's where I can get frustrated. But like, we're just repeating a lot of what we said earlier, unfortunately, right now, because this was asked earlier by Lobster Persona, and we ended up going on quite a long tangent with it. So I don't know what else I can say. Like, maybe we can talk about it in terms of just not RPGs. Like, what about leveling systems in games like Tomb Raider, or like a Tomb Raider style system in the new Doom, where you are using experience points to level up your character, and you get more damage, a little bit more damage, maybe a new jump ability. Like, you kind of do get more abilities as you go on in those games, but they're more like, boom, you have it, here's a reward, rather than you're gaining experience and gaining levels. But it's functionally the same thing at the end, right? So why is it okay that, okay, I as a reward for exploration, now I have a little more health, or now I have a little bit more shield, or a little more strength, but when it comes to just like, hey, I gained XP and now I'm leveling up my hit points and mana, like, it usually goes to shit. Maybe it's the amount of levels that you can get. Like, in those games, usually you can only find a few of these things, whereas in the other ones, you can level up forever pretty much, and that's where the balance becomes a problem. Building a character is a part of the skill in some RPG system. Yeah, there's that side too, which I don't really appreciate at all, right? That's part of the game for some people, is that they build this character. Yeah, like, I don't appreciate that at all. It's a completely different kind of game to me, or type of game experience, and I don't want to come across like I'm just dismissing that. Yeah, I hope I'm not. But then it comes back to that question that we said earlier with Lobster Persona's answer. At that point, you're sort of arguing to not have any gameplay in your game. Like that is the gameplay, is you're building a character. So why then, if it's all about doing a good build, why is there the support for these games to still have this like this kind of janky ass combat where you're still making combat decisions? Like, you know what I mean? Like, why does that exist? I don't know. But yeah, I hope that no one thinks I'm like belittling that part of the experience. Maybe I am a little bit. To reap the rewards of a good build to see in action. Yeah, but why do you have to be in control of it, right? If it's all about the character build, like why bother having the player have any input in these decisions, right? Like it should just be you did a really good build and then your character just goes over and does it. Does that make sense or no? Like you still get to receive the results of your good build because you get to see it in action, but it's just not, you're just not in control of it because it's your character that you've built really well that does it all. That's where I have trouble understanding it, I think. You don't enjoy that bit? What do you mean? You mean me specifically, or do you mean like you in general, you don't enjoy that bit? Because I feel like it takes a lot of time, so it should be something that's enjoyable.
It makes sense, but not in a way you don't enjoy that bit. So from that perspective, it makes sense to somebody like me that enjoys it. It's you.
But, okay, I'm just not understanding. It's okay. It's okay. Darkest Dungeon is classified as an RPG? Yeah, it's... RPG is pretty much a dead term. It's dead. Long live the RPG.
They want to know if you like craft singles.
Maybe on like a burger, maybe.
That's what I grew up with, having on sandwiches and like grilled cheese sandwiches and stuff like that. But now we usually get not craft anymore. It's like a different sliced cheese to put on a sandwich, but not to eat on its own.
I wonder if I need to be higher so I can land on it and jump right away. This level is tricky. I don't think I can say anything about that, Shivra. Sorry. I feel like we spoke about this a lot earlier, and it's just like level scaling is such a hard thing to do, you know? Like I feel like most games should have level scaling, and it's one of these things where I find myself like annoyed at level scaling in a lot of games that have it, and then when I play a game that doesn't have it, I get annoyed too because there's all this wasted time. It's like in an open world game, it's like I should be able to do anything that I want to because it's open world exploration. I should be able to go wherever I want and be able to do it, but and complete that content. It doesn't have to be, you know, the same level of difficulty in every single area, but it should still be, I should never be like, oh, I can't go here yet because I just haven't leveled my XP bar up high enough, you know? That's how I feel about those games, and it was really frustrating in Witcher 3, you know, to go through that. But then Witcher 3 has like the upscaling leveling option, but it doesn't give you any more rewards, and when I did a playthrough with it turned on, I was like, okay, well, this is just making the gameplay just more tedious for absolutely no goddamn reason, you know? So it's I think it always comes back to the gameplay. It's like, is the gameplay worth it? Is the gameplay actually worth the time that you're putting into it? And if the answer is no, then that's going to dictate whether level scaling is going to work. So it's almost like you have to make sure that there is a good gameplay system in place first before this question even matters. And to me, like a good gameplay system is something that isn't stat based. It's player input based. It's decision based. And I know there's people that disagree like very strongly about that, but that's how I view it, and I can't get past that. Like I can't even begin to imagine, you know, enjoying a game where, you know, it's open world and it's just about the numbers, you know, and there's nothing else that matters. It's just the numbers. But that sounds boring as hell to me. So how would a game like that has like combat that is decision based do level scaling? Would they try to keep the numbers quite low, that there's like X amount of hits that are carefully like tuned to kill most enemies, and then they just make that go up slowly when it comes to scaling levels to make them harder or easier? I'm not sure. Like what would be the right way to do that? Maybe there isn't one. Oh, did I do this in a different way? Am I supposed to go... Was I supposed to use that one in order to get... Oh no, I can't get over here. Okay, I misunderstood. Alright, good thing I tried again. Holy fuck.
Still talking about cheese. I've eaten it by itself without having it on a sandwich too. Low moments in my life, but I've done it. And if you melt it on garlic bread, it's actually not bad. But do the mozzarella one, don't do the cheddar one for garlic bread.
Oh man, nice Super Mario 3 reference here. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say about that. Sorry. Like, I feel like I'm gonna repeat a lot what I said earlier, and it's a really tough question. Like, I would want to explore like what would an RPG system that is like a traditional RPG that I think an RPG should be when it's earned that RPG name. Like, how would that work? You know, or rather, sorry, like what would a gaming system that doesn't have, you know, skill and input based combat, like how would I go about making level scaling work in that sort of thing? And I don't know. I think my conclusion would be that it can't, like, at least not to the extent that I would enjoy it. But first of all, I would have to find a way to, like, okay, is there a RPG system that's all about stats and manipulating numbers that I would enjoy that doesn't have any input at all, you know? Like, what is there one that exists like that? And I don't think there is. I feel like what you're looking for there has some overlap with incremental games. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, Burger's Lettuce, are you pregnant?
I know it sounds crazy, but right now I'm eating
that's
Kraft
a good
singles with red hot
indication
in
right
them.
there.
It smells.
Quick, go pee on a stick.
Okay, let's move on to the next question.
Your favorite characters from Danganronpa series?
Ooh, okay, so let's go game by game, all right? Let's go game by game. Let's pull up the character list. Danganronpa 1 characters. All right. Danganronpa 2 characters, and we can rank them. Danganronpa 3 characters. Ba-da-ba-da-bum-ba-dum-ba-dum-bum-bum. Oh, why is it like listed out like this? No, I want main characters. Okay, so this is surprisingly difficult to get on the list. All right, so let's see. My favorite character in the first one is probably a tie between Aoi and Akechi. I really liked just how dumb and pure Aoi was, and I liked Akechi for playing the kind of playing like foil to both Kyoko and Yu quite often, apart from one moment where he was kind of dumb, or like really dumb. So I really liked Akechi's input though. Whenever Akechi said something, it was usually entertaining, and same with Aoi. But yeah, I kind of, maybe there's more standout characters in the first one actually, because I really like Danny, but Danny was helped a lot by the fact that I started calling him Danny, and I just couldn't unsee that. So yeah, Sakura was okay. Celeste, no. Leon, no. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Kyoko was alright, but Kyoko I felt was a little too plain and a little too unemotional, a little too 2B-ish in terms of personality without the other assets that 2B has. Yeah, so I would say it's between Akechi and Aoi, and then probably like Danny, Sakura, and Kyoko like in second tier, and then everyone else is kind of like eh. Yeah, I think that's it for the first game. I'm trying not to say spoilers for who dies or whatever as well. Hope that's all right. For Danganronpa 2, it's gonna be Nagito all the way. Nagito wins. He's like god tier all on his own. Then probably Chiaki is like A tier. Nagito's S tier. Chiaki's A tier. And then after that, I don't know. Like, I like parts of Mikan. That was unintentional. Fuyuhiko is okay, you know. Like everyone else is kind of eh, you know. I feel like there were some characters that could have been better if they had more of a chance to be involved in some of the mysteries, but you know, like obviously some of them die early, and I don't want to say who it is, but you know, some of them are not around enough, and yeah, like I feel like Danganronpa 2 might have some of the most forgettable supporting characters. But it has like really good standouts with Nagito and Chiaki. I like those two quite a bit. Okay, that's it for Danganronpa 2. Oh, we're talking about main characters. I think that Hajime is the best main character of the three. And then Danganronpa 3 and then Danganronpa 1. I'm not really a big fan of Makoto. Let's see. Danganronpa 3. Sumigi's probably the worst character. Then Himiko's the second worst. My favorite character is probably... Is it Kaido or is it the guy who I can never say his name right? The evil genius guy, the evil guy. Kochiki. Whoa, you're skipping the anime. Who's the best character from that? None of them. Danny's brief cameo appearance. There we go. I really like Katie. I liked Gonta. I like Kaido. Kurumi.
Joe, you don't say any of their names right.
I really didn't like Tenko. Tenko's probably like just marginally above Himiko. I really didn't like Tenko. Suishi was pretty good. You don't really... Okay, I almost said a spoiler. Shit. Oh, I almost said a spoiler. There's another spoiler I want to say too. Oh shit. Korekiyo was okay. Yeah, I feel like the cast is the best in the first game, then the third game, then the second game. But the second game has like the best, like really standout characters. It has the highest highs of the characters. Then like the second place for highest high characters is the first game, and then third place is like the third game has the weakest highest high characters, but on average it's pretty good. Does that make sense? Like on average the cast is great in Danganronpa 1, it's good in Danganronpa 3, and in 2 it's kind of eh, but the strongest characters are the strongest in 2, then 1, then 3. So on average they're all about the same, I think. But yeah, I think that's all right. Maki was kind of boring. Miyu was fun. Miyu was entertaining in an early trash can kind of way. Yeah. I would say my favorite character overall, like my favorite characters overall, would probably be like Nagito, Chiaki, and then some of the ones from Danganronpa 1 before I even got to Danganronpa 3. So that's what I mean with like the strongest characters being in 2 and 3, in 2 and 1. But yeah, I like the casts in all of them for the most part. There is a criticism I can lay on some of the games for what happens toward the end, but I can't say that without spoilers. Let's just say that one of the 3, the last surviving groups of them, is a lot less interesting in one of them than in the other 2. And if you've watched me play all 3, I think you know what I'm talking about. It's kind of like the last trial case, you know, these are the surviving members, and it's kind of like, wow, these are the ones that made it. Like, this is kind of boring, you know. So I think you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, that's those are my favorite characters in Danganronpa. I think Monokuma's all right, and I think, you know, the overall mastermind is okay too. But yeah, Monokuma's okay. I really like the style that Monokuma brings in his music, the ba 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 ba, like that kind of music he brings. Like it's you know what Monokuma's about. It's good. And that's it. We paused the game for that one, Lily. That was really important. It was really, really important.
Full concentration required.
Full concentration required, you're right. Wow, I'm really bad at this, and that's weird because I was really good at bouncing on the cannonballs in Super Mario 3. I think they move a lot slower in Super Mario 3, that's probably why. Is the timing off here or something? Ba 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 ba. Okay, there we go. We did it. We did it. We did it. Okay.
Hot fireman, I don't think I'm gonna make it. I'm sorry. It's 3:10 in the morning, and you're 2 away, and I don't know if I can do it. We've already been at it for what, 4 hours now?
Is Caps here? Is the Twitch user known as Caps here? In chat? Oh, you know what? These are really short too. All right, the next 2 questions from Caps and Haltfire are actually really short.
Okay.
So let's go through it and then we'll stop.
Hi, this is Caps. Hi, my questions were probably asked before at some point, but here we go. Have you read any of Sir Terry Pratchett's works? He's my favorite author, and I've been wondering about your opinion on him ever since your Tomb Raider videos, as his daughter is the writer for those games.
The only Terry Pratchett book that I've read is the one that he wrote with Neil Gaiman, Good Omens. Terry Pratchett is one of the writers that I would really like to read. I want to read like his Discworld series. You know, it sounds like it was a lot of fun, and like the way he describes it, he wrote that series, he created that series to have fun with the cliches, as he said. Yeah, I would really like to try some of his books. I think I would enjoy them quite a bit. I've seen quite a few of his quotes around too. You know. There's a really good quote from, I think, the Hogfather, which is, it has a comic. Someone made a comic of it, and it's, let me see if I can get it, actually, and I can put it on the screen, maybe. It's a gorgeous comic, too. The sword one, yeah. I'm allowed to put comics like this on the screen, right? I think it's fine. Like, there's credit on it, right? Like, I can just I can just show the page for a second, right? Hope it's all right. Actually, there's no credit on here. So this is it. It says so it's skeleton Santa Claus, right? Mm-hmm. And it's like they've gone to see Santa Claus, and the mother is there presumably, and it's like, you can't give her that. It's not safe. He gave her a sword for Christmas, and she's running away. And he says, it's a sword. They're not meant to be safe. And she's a child. It's educational. What if she cuts herself? That will be an important lesson. So I don't know if the Tumblr down at the bottom is actually the credit, but yeah, there it is. Yeah, I really like this. I think about this.
Yeah, the art's really cool.
Yeah, I really like this. So yeah, I would like to read some of his stuff, but unfortunately I haven't. I just haven't had time. There's like unlimited books that I would get into. You know, that I would really like to see. There's another one that he talks about subjectivity actually, and about how and it's linked to the idea that we need myths and make believe stories, for human societies to function. And the only reason that society functions is because we all have these shared myths and things that we all agree to abide by. And it's about how like there's justice and morality are these things that exist, and they definitely do exist and everything. And it's like, okay, well, if you ground the universe down, into its primal base matter, all the molecules, and you put them through a sieve, there would not be one grain of justice. There would be no grain of truth, that sort of thing. And that's a good quote that I'm butchering by forgetting how it's exactly said, but yeah. I think sometimes he mixes like some prose with some poetry moments like that, or prose as poetry. But yeah, sorry I haven't read anything by him directly. Just Good Omens, which I enjoyed quite a bit. I enjoyed Good Omens more than anything else that Neil Gaiman has written that I've read. So maybe it was the Pratchett influence that made that better for me.
I've heard that you considered merch at some point. How big is the possibility of that ever happening, and what kind of merch would you want to make? I'd personally love a small plushie of a sipping dragon, even though I'm not sure making a lot of stream-related merch would pay off.
Yeah.
Thank you for actual hundreds of hours of entertainment, both on YouTube and on Twitch. I really enjoy all of your content.
You're very welcome. I'm glad that you enjoyed it so much. I think that merch depends on how things go with some things. Like merch is at least a year off, like at least possibly even more than a year off. I would like there to be something that maybe some people would like to buy, that isn't just like a sub and you get something tangible back for it, like there's a product. But like there are the books that we could do instead. Whenever I've plugged the books, aren't really that popular, but I don't really promote them as much as I should. Like if I made a video on just the books, I think maybe they would get more clicks. Like it wasn't until I made the Patreon video itself that a lot of people even realized that I had a Patreon, because I think most people either don't finish all the videos, or like when it gets into the wrap down moment, or like the wrap up moment at the end, it's like, okay, this is done now, I'm gonna turn the video off, I don't need to see the last 20 seconds when Patreon's on the screen. So that sort of thing. But the chances are like the big thing I want to make it at some point is a game. So if I'm gonna ask people to like, hey, if you've got a lot of hours of content entertainment out of me, and you would like to give something back, here's a product that I made, it's a game, check it out, maybe you'll like it. And if not, then maybe it's you're saying like, hey, I bought your game as a thank you for the presumably free entertainment that a lot of people have gotten from it, because most people who watch a channel aren't patrons, right? Like like if they were, it would be very different. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I'm just saying, like I think the conversion rate of patrons to like viewers to patrons on like subs is less than 1%, so yeah. So I think that would be it.
Well, Runa Gamer just went back and bought my other book and bought Wizard and the Dragon. So someone in chat tonight is reading the books.
Oh, that's nice. Hope you like it. It's a little rough at the start, but it gets better.
Where can I find the books of interest?
On Amazon. They're only available on Amazon. They're only available on ebooks. Like, you don't have to be a Kindle. I think you can download a Mobi file from it instead, and you can use it on any e-reader that you want. But yeah, and if you have Prime, you can read them for free. I'm trying to get onto the ship because I feel like I can get up there, but I don't know how to do that. And it seems like when I get up here to this point, he like moves up higher, it feels like, or maybe we're going lower. Yeah, so that's all I can say about Terry Pratchett and the merch, sorry, but what would the possibility of merch be? I think like the streams are way more memeable than any merch, and anything that comes from the main channel would like be at risk of copyright claim. Like You Got a Moon would be pretty good, but that comes like, would that get me in trouble with Nintendo? I think it might. Like having a statue or like a body pillow of Trash Chan would be hilarious, but I don't think many people are gonna get that. Like there's like it's only very few people that are around for those streams, and if I think it's only going to be like a handful or a small percentage of people are going to go ahead and get it, which means it's not going to be profitable. If it's not going to be profitable, then it's going to be like really difficult to justify. Same with like buy my statue. Here's a golden statue. You know, like it would be not easy, I think. But yeah, I don't know. Like a T-shirt of some quote that I said in the video, maybe, or maybe a cup or anything. I think those things are usually just, hey, we just want to have an excuse to send you some money, and we get something tangible out of it. So maybe it doesn't have to be great, but I think what I would do is I would take suggestions from people, and I would and then I would like get a bunch of stuff like mocked up to see like which ones do you guys like the most, and then we'll go with that one. Just like pay for a bunch of designs to be made and see. But I don't think it's likely. Like I said, I think what's more likely is that there'll be a physical release of the book, or there'll be a game at some point. The game is a serious thing. It's not something that I'm just like, hey, yeah, I'd really like to make that happen at some point. Like it's something that like is definitely going to happen at some point, unless there's like YouTube dries up all of a sudden. You know what I mean? Like that's definitely that's a sure thing. So we shall see. A mug with sip, yeah, that could work. That could work, I think. Will you do a critique of your own game? No. Drop some pickle trash can body pillows on the channel and see how people take Waffles dad upon on a shirt. Waffles dad upon. Anyway, did Cap say anything at the end?
No. Well,
we already read it out. Okay, all right. Thank you, Caps.
Okay,
And
Haltfire.
Here's Haltfire.
Haltfire, you there?
Haltfire fell asleep.
Yo, Haltfire. Hello, he's there. I hope you haven't forgotten my name
Did
by
you just
now.
say yo?
I did. I'm really tired.
Wow.
I'm really tired. I'm starting to get loopy. So, I have not forgotten your name. But you never told me your real name, so that was just like Haltfire that you meant, right? Because we were like, what name? That
Maybe
name, right?
you did and you forgot.
I don't think I would have forgot. Okay. Have either of you read Michael Crichton yet? And no, I have not. Even though you've mentioned this a few times now.
Is it Christian? I thought
Is it Crichton?
Isn't it Crichton?
I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe I've always just misheard that name. It's written like Crichton. Yeah. No, I haven't. We haven't. Sorry.
Oh, I put it there because in the top of the channel you said to put names.
Oh, right. I remember now. Yeah, you're right. We did say that. Yeah. We did.
Crichton? He says Crichton.
Crichton. Okay.
Either way, no, I have not.
Neither have I. Sorry.
It's like it's on the list, but there's books we own that are here that I got before Kate was born that I was like, I'm gonna read these books, and then I haven't even gotten to them yet. So
He's the Jurassic Park guy, right? I'm pretty sure it is. Like I'm so sure. I feel dumb saying it. But
Haltfire's recommended them a few times now that we should both read. So no. What is the best donut you've ever consumed?
Oh man, I like donuts. Best donut I've ever consumed was a Tim Hortons donut back when Tim Hortons didn't used to be shit. When I was a wee lad, when we used to live in Canada before we moved back to Britain for a while, and Tim Hortons was really good. And they had an eclair. And they had this really good eclair. So Tim Hortons used to be much better than it is currently. Right now they sell frozen donuts and freeze dried donuts and everything, and they come in a truck and they just warm them up and everything, and that's all their food. That's just like basically just like packaged bullshit like in most things now, and it's a real shame. But yeah, it used to be that they would have fresh stuff that they would make right then and there, and they don't do that anymore. But yeah, that's the best donut I've ever had was one of their old style eclairs. It's also when I realized that I prefer false cream to real cream. which is kind of, I know that sounds awful, but yeah, I'm a pleb. Sorry, most of you probably already know I'm a pleb. 'Cause I'm a pleb. What about you, Lily? What's your best donut?
My donut has nostalgia attached to it.
Ooh, what is it?
That's why it's like, when I was little, there was a donut shop that was like around the corner from where I lived, and it wasn't a chain. It was like an owner-owned, you know, mom and pop or whatever kind of donut shop. And we used to always go there, mostly with my dad. And my brother was just a baby, so I must have been like maybe 3 or 4. It's one of my earliest memories is going to this donut shop. And he used to take me, like, to get me out of the house, and so my mom would just have my brother to focus on, and we'd go on these little dates, these little like daddy-daughter dates. And we would walk down there, and sometimes he'd let me ride on his shoulders, and we'd go into the donut shop from the back parking lot. And there was a long, dark hall, and it was really kind of like really dim lighting. And we'd walk, and as soon as you opened the door, the smell of fresh donuts would just hit you in the face. Like, it was like the best smell. It was like going into a bakery. And we'd walk down this hall and everything. And I would always get a chocolate dip donut because that was my favorite when I was a kid. And they were so fresh, like they were so soft.
Normie.
Well, I was like 3 or 4. Okay, did you expect me to go for the eclair?
I was 3 or 4 when I had the eclair.
Yeah, and you picked the eclair?
No, actually, I wasn't. I was older than that. I lied.
Anyway, it was so fresh and like, I don't know. And we would sit there and we would eat it there. Sometimes like with a hot chocolate or something. And then we would walk back. But like, I don't remember ever taking them home. I just remember sitting there in like one of these like kind of diner booths, and like, you know, with like the plastic seat and everything, and like eating them there. And yeah, and I've never had a donut at like Coffee Time or Country Style or Tim Hortons that has ever come close to those donuts. So maybe I've embellished them in my mind because I was young, but I really remember them being really fresh. Like, they tasted like they were made there. You know, they weren't like brought in from somewhere else. They were always so fresh. And then they went under. They didn't last. Like, they were only there maybe a couple years after that, and then they were gone.
They were too fresh.
And now I don't even know what's there now. It's like,
they were too fresh.
I think because they were like in a little plaza and the parking lot was around behind, a lot of people didn't really know they were there. They weren't like in your face enough. But yeah, they were really good.
Do you remember when Tim Hortons used to have that slogan, always fresh, always Tim Hortons? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't hear them saying that anymore. I'm a little bitter, yeah, but I wasn't a big, you know, I wasn't a big Timmy stan, so it's all right.
Yeah, they were really good. They were just a basic donut too. They were just like the bread with the chocolate glaze on top, but I don't know if it was that they were fresh or that it was an event or what.
Oh, I have something to say.
Oh, okay.
I have something I need to say. Boston cream is an insult to cream. What is this Boston cream bullshit? What is going on in Boston that they think this like toxic green snot sludge can pass as cream? What's Boston cream? You ever had Boston cream?
I don't really like cream donuts, so I don't think so.
Boston cream.
I like more of a plain donut. Like, not too much going on, which is why I don't like
You've
eclairs.
made that clear. You've made that clear.
Maybe
my favorite donut, chocolate dip.
Maybe you could take a page out of my book and learn something, and then you wouldn't be so disappointed.
I have nothing to learn from you when it comes to donuts.
Really?
Nothing. I love you, eh?
That's why you don't even know that.
The real irony is now chocolate dip is my favorite donut because it's the only ones that they make.
And it's not
already.
mine anymore. But those donuts, yeah. It's not my favorite anymore either, but... I wish I could go back just to see as an adult if it was actually as good as I think it was. Or if it's just how I remember it.
How did that kill me? How does going up there kill you? What?
It does, Haltfire. Haltfire gets it.
What does Haltfire get?
A good donut sticks with you for life. I think donuts are my favorite sweet.
Are they?
I think so. It's not cake or cupcake. It's not brownie. It's not cookie.
I don't
it's
like
not,
cake anymore.
It's not ice cream or any kind of sundae or pie. I think it's donuts.
This is the year I've admitted it to myself. I just don't like cake. I'm not gonna pretend anymore. I just don't like it. I don't like cake. Like the cake part is just all right, but the icing is usually just like overpoweringly vanilla sweet. You know, I just don't like cake. And chocolate cake is just kind of like, you know, it's just too much chocolate. It's too much chocolate with sponge with the chocolate frosting. It's just too much chocolate. So it's like, yeah, I just don't like cake. I'm finally willing to admit it. I don't care who knows.
More variety of cake, you might like cake more because you always just go for the sponge, right? And the sponge can be kind of bland sometimes if not done well, and the icing can be very overpowering.
That's true.
Too much.
We had like a lemon cake and like a strawberry shortcakey kind of thing recently, and that was all right. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's the kind of cake.
Or maybe it's just too bland of a cake.
Maybe it's just like the basic like
I was really disappointed.
Shitty birthday cake, yeah.
For Finn's second birthday, we had a cake done, and like the likeness of his favorite stuffed animal, and like I sent them a picture, and they put this picture on the cake, and they did an amazing job. And we had a baker do it. Like I emailed a bakery, and I sent them the picture, and then I went and picked it up and everything. It wasn't like out of a grocery store. It was like a proper bakery that does wedding cakes and stuff. And they did this picture, and it was amazing what they could do with putting this picture. Like it looked exactly like the picture, and it didn't taste that great. Like it was okay, but it was kind of bland. You know, it was just, what was it? Was it a chocolate cake? I can't remember what it was. It was a vanilla or chocolate.
Yeah.
I can't remember which it was. It wasn't anything elaborate in terms of, you know, topping or anything. But yeah, it was just. I've had grocery store cakes that had more flavor, you know, like it just, yeah, like I just didn't like it. The picture was amazing, like the art on it and everything. It was great for pictures, to take pictures, you know, of this cake, but I just don't see the big deal in terms of, like, I felt like we paid for the artistry of it. We didn't pay for the cake itself.
Fuck fondant, honestly. Yeah, there's just something overpowering about it.
Not
They
his face on it. It was a stuffed.
They don't believe you.
animal's
You tried to
face.
get 2B on a cake for me, remember?
Yeah, I did.
Didn't work out.
They couldn't do it. They
Couldn't
said
do
they
it.
sent me to actually the grocery store and said they could scan the image on.
Yeah.
But they couldn't do it. I tried. I tried to get him a 2B cake last year.
I think their exact
thought that
words
would
were
be
that
funny.
she's too thick for the cake, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, too thick. Our cakes can't handle this level of thickness. It's like, damn. I understand.
Respect.
Are you down with the thickness, Lily?
I'm down with it, but they weren't down with it. Too much, you know, too much ass for them to handle.
Too much of a good thing. It's possible. It's possible to have too much of a good thing. I think we're done, guys. I think we're done. We went overtime. We're supposed to be done at 2, and we're like an hour and a half over, so go us. We answered quite a few questions, though.
We had a late start.
I would really like to. Well, we're always getting a late start lately because it's just really hard to get everything like lined up, you know. But that's just the reality of being a dadapon and a mamapon, right? Or a mamapon.
Mama is probably right.
Mamapon.
Is Action Caterer next on Patreon?
Let's see.
I know it was soon.
The next person on Twitch is Death by Doom. Is Death by Doom here? And the next person on Patreon is Action Caterer. Then Anthony W. Then Nathan W. Then Devon T. Then Jack S. And then there's some more ones I need to go on Patreon to get and paste them in here. We're on page 7 of 10 for Patreon. Ooh, Danganronpa related question. Fancy bakery cake makers on Reddit say they just use box cake with maybe an extra egg. Oh, those frauds. Those frauds.
I don't know. I never had a. Well, actually, I did. I did have a bakery cake when I was little, and I didn't like it. It was a strawberry shortcake, and I didn't like strawberry shortcake at the time. It was like my mom really liked it, so we used to get it. But So I'd had bakery cake before, but maybe that was because it had the strawberry in it. It seemed like it had a lot more going on, but like I said, it was a gorgeous cake. It was really cute, but it didn't taste like much. It was really kind of bland. And I just expected something more because that's all they do, right? Like it was a cake shop.
Okay, so I don't see a way to get through there unless you are already hanging on the ledge to go to the left at the very... Like that's way too tight, but we're going to try one more time, but I don't think you can do it.
How sad. I won't be here to listen to answer live. I'll be running my magical prison break Star Wars RPG session. Good luck with that. Good luck.
Yeah, there's no way. Okay. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Okay. So yeah. So parting comments. I hope the answers were okay today. I think this went well. This felt like the better of the Q&A sessions that we've done recently. Mostly because I got some sleep before today. And this game is all right, but maybe not the best game, but definitely better than Noida for the Q&A at least. So I hope this was all right and people had fun. So yeah, we'll be back next Friday doing this again. We'll probably continue playing this game. I don't think I'm anywhere close to done. I'm gonna guess like at best I'm a third of the way done with this, but because I'm assuming there's a shit ton of secrets in this game. But yeah, I'm not really impressed with this game. It's fine, you know, like it's not a bad game, but I feel kind of like it's just, you know, it's just very straightforward. It's got nothing special going for it.
Play a game with better music.
Oh, you can get through here. Nice.
Or at least a game with more than one fucking song.
Sorry, was it really tiring with all the music?
It's like when you're on the phone waiting to speak to someone, and it's just the one song over and over and over again.
Sorry.
But you're not supposed to be listening to the music, Flammo. You're supposed to be listening to me. Just tune it out.
You've upset
background noise.
You've upset Mama Pon. You've upset Mama Pon.
No, I like Flame Octopus.
It's been 4 hours, my dude. Yeah, it has been. Yeah. I wonder if it would be better if we. So right now we take the questions in chronological order, and this is how we'll continue for the rest of this session of the Q&A. But do you think it would be better if we put maybe an easy question at first, and then put the tougher, longer questions that we think are going to be tougher, longer questions at the beginning? So like sometimes a question comes in, and it's a bit difficult, and it comes late, and I'm already tired, and it's like, okay, now I can't concentrate as much. I wonder if it'd be better if we put questions that are similar together, you know, that so we can deal with them at the same time. You know, I'm not sure, because I feel bad when it's like, okay, yeah, sorry, this has come in too late, and I can't really concentrate all that much because now I'm at the end of the Q&A and I'm a bit tired. So I wonder about that. But yeah, we'll see. There's always ways to make improvements to everything, right?
Is it Flamo? Is it not Flammo?
Flamoctopus, isn't it?
Well, if I shortened it to Flammo, being like friendly, you know, like, is it not Flammo?
Oh no.
Did I say it wrong? Just Flam? Okay. Pardon me.
Flam?
Flam.
Flam.
And we should make our own icing, they're saying. Our own buttercream.
Our own icing?
Yeah.
I need to make something and send it to Mandalore.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I wanna make it like a dueling confectionery thing that we have going on. Like every year we try to outdo each other. He made me jam. What could I make him? What could I make Mandalore?
You have to be able to make something that you can like send it.
I could make him donuts. I can make him some onigiri. Oh man, he would like that. All right.
No, it comes through. Phlegm octopus. Just I thought Flammo was the way you'd shorten it. Make him jelly.
It'd have to be something that can survive the
the
trip.
You can send.
and something that's not stolen from the corrupt office of Montreal Customs, right?
Just put something like, what if we sent him like homemade, like, I don't know if it would keep, but like tomato sauce or something, right?
That would keep.
But if you
jar
put
it.
something on it, like pickled squash or something on the front, or like pickled radish, or radish stew, something that sounds kind of gross, so then they wouldn't want it. Like, declare it as something it's not, and then send it.
Send some pickles, yeah. We could pickle
Something like that. Something that is actually good, but Montreal won't be able to figure out.
Oh, we'll write it in English. You're really tired, huh?
I'm really tired. Yeah. I don't know why I'm so tired. Well, I know why I'm so tired, but still. I got up a little bit late today.
Okay, I don't like that the gun is just death.
Oh, I don't know if it's a thing, but Montreal steals our shit, yeah. Let's just say so many jars of jam were sent, but not so many were received.
Exactly. Montreal knows what Montreal did. Montreal knows what Montreal did. Okay, maybe you can't even go down there. I'm gonna guess no.
No, it just passed through Montreal to get to us.
Yeah, do we sound like the sophisticated kind of people that live in Montreal?
No, they thought Mandy was there.
Oh, okay.
No, I just passed through. Write him a 500-page book with a foreword that is top that motherfucker.
500 pages? What's that? Just on Witcher 1?
Is it Monctorians or Monktonites for you guys?
I think it's Monktonites. I actually just said that recently.
Yeah.
Was it yesterday I said that to you?
Yesterday, the day before.
Yeah.
Was it yesterday when you said it to Leo?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't get on board.
Okay,
They
I'm done.
both sound kind of
I'm done.
made up.
I'm done. All right. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you next week. Tuesday is what day is it? Tuesday, the 5th. Let's see. So we're gonna do a stream on Tuesday. Maybe we'll skip Thursday's stream and we'll stream Death Stranding on Friday. We'll see. But I'm not sure we're gonna do Outer Worlds or if we're gonna do something else for 2 streams. Or maybe we'll skip. No, we're not gonna skip Tuesday because it's on the list. Maybe we should just do an extra stream on Friday. I don't know. I'm streaming too much. Oh shit! I'm sorry. Thank you to MinoDev for the new sub. I feel like I've said your name before, MinoDev. For sure. Maybe my list is bugged out. Oh, I know why I didn't check it because it refreshed and it didn't load for a while because the second computer lost internet for a bit. Thank you, MinoDev. Thank you very much. There was a gap. It should still show though. Yeah, you have a 20-month subscriber badge. So yeah, thank you for the 20-month resub, MinoDev. I'm sorry that it's not showing on my list. Thank you very much. 20 months in the pickle crew, the pickle pile. Thank you very much. Thank you, SPNKR Spunker. Not sure, for the 10-month resub. Do you still plan on playing Persona 4 at some point? Yeah, we're going to play Persona 3, Persona 4, and then Persona 5 Royal spread over 2020 and 2021. Hopefully we can do it all in 2020, but we shall see. We're going to play them in that order, and there's going to be a gap between them, but yeah, for sure. And I have very ambitious waifu war plans for them, let me tell you. It's going to be something. You want to watch it. You want to watch it. Viewer engagement is the most important thing to me, is that you guys have a fun time. Thank you for 10 months in the Dragon's Den. Thank you, It's Rue, for the new sub, or maybe it's a resub, but my list is bugged. Thank you, It's Rue. Just in case, welcome to Prime Time. Welcome to Pout Patrol. And thank you, Crunchy Pizza, for the new sub with Prime.
Hungry.
You're hungry now?
Yeah. Oh, I was already hungry, but crunchy pizza.
Crunchy Pizza. Thank you very much, Crunchy Pizza.
Some crunchy pizza.
Welcome to the Pickle Jar. Welcome to the Waifu Warehouse. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Secret Weeb Society. Thank you. Really, Persona 3 and Persona 4 waifus is pretty very balanced. Just don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I have a master plan. Maybe like Persona 3 and Persona 4 will be trial runs for something great. Let's put it that way. Don't it sound pretty good right now, not gonna lie. Anyway, see you guys later.
Good night, everybody.
Have a good weekend.